Okay. How's everybody doing today? see here. All right. Should be all good to go. Bring up my chat overlay here. Bring that up. There we go. Well, I hope everybody's having a good Sunday morning. So we have the new 0.24 release that is live on the server now. And so far, it is buggy. They are working it out, though. So, see what we can do today. Let's see what we have. Okay. See if we had anybody drop anything off overnight. Nothing as of right now. See what we have on the market. Symeon 1. We added our new location. I love that. I love this script. All right, so Want to get a little bit of altitude here, and and once we get some altitude, then we'll go ahead and set the autopilot. Over the last few days, I have worked out a pretty nice spreadsheet in regards to production and whatnot. Still fine-tuning it. Hopefully I'll show it off sometime here before long, but I think I'm going to keep it under wraps for now, so...
Smoke another one there, Red.
Smoke another one. How you doing today, Draco?
It's going. Just doing some chromite mining.
Ah. Did you find any good nodes yet?
No, I just have the one scanner, and I'm just working with that right now.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I'll be back here in a little while. I need to go and run and make a delivery to market. We're going to have to get somebody that their whole entire job is literally just to go around scanning for nodes. Going to have to figure out something in the org on that. That way we have a constant supply of the megas ready to go.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't think Diesel Dog would be interested in doing that, though.
Yeah, probably not. Just need somebody to go around and just do nothing but scout. Have to have the right ship for it, though. Don't want a very large one, but yet you don't want a small one. Need something fast, kind of nimble. Probably be able to hold quite a bit of fuel so that you could go long distances without having to refill. Pretty nice day today. Sun is shining.
Yeah, and we're indoors.
Just a little cool, but it's not too bad. Pretty soon we'll be complaining about how hot it is outside.
Honestly, when it comes down to it, I think I'd rather have it cooler than warmer.
Yeah, me too. At least you can always put on enough layers. If it's too hot, you can't really do anything. So.
Just pray your AC doesn't go out, essentially.
Yeah. And I tell you what, I am really digging this script for the ship. It is really, really nice. This autopilot feature.
It bounced me last night on our landing pad.
Did it really?
Yeah, it broke 4 pieces of or 4 elements on my ship by bouncing it off the landing pad.
Were you
Not
heavy
sure.
though?
No, and that's the thing. I was light because I was coming back from the market because I just wanted to see what they had, and went to go land, and it decelerated like it was supposed to, and then bam, it just bounced me off the bottom. So I'm assuming it was probably a voxel that I hit
Probably, yeah.
that it didn't realize it was there. That's the only thing I could think of because it's never happened before.
We'll take a look at it when we get back. That way we can make sure it's cleared out.
Yeah, because you know I've been having trouble in my parking spot with those
Yeah.
radical voxels.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes that is definitely something they need to fix in the game because it is pretty frustrating sometimes when you think you've got them all and then you just got these little tiny, real tiny pieces that's very difficult to see. So.
Oh, and I got some range on my containers now.
Oh yeah, what do you have? Way up to
1.38 kilometers.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that helps out quite a bit. Let's see if we've got this bug still going on with the containers. At least I've been hitting with it. Been hit with it.
I just reset the link and then
Take off.
Well, I reset it and then redeclare it,
Mm.
and I don't typically have a problem, but when I log in, I have to do that every time.
Yeah, even if I log in or log out, I still have issues with the container having issues syncing too. So. Been trying out a new way to set the current destination or whatnot for the for that autopilot script. So I've been kind of using the map and setting the coordinates right off the map first. That way I don't land on like a station in the wrong area or something like that. Seems to be working out pretty good. Sometimes you're a little far away from the pad, but still not bad.
It's better than dropping down on the pad and
landing on
ruining your ship.
Yeah, dropping down onto a ship or especially if you haven't been to a place before that you don't know the area. Let's see. Apparently it still didn't link it. Oh, it's because I don't have it connected. There we go. Do you need anything while I'm here at the market?
Um,
I don't know.
maybe maybe a relay and a remote.
A relay and a remote. I'll see if they have it. I'm on market 1 here in Symeon, so
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's probably pretty limited. But if you can find one,
I
if not,
I have relays. I just don't have a remote. Yeah, I have relays, but I don't have a remote. Let me see if they have a remote here by chance. Ooh, they do, but they're expensive. They're way expensive than what they should be.
how much are they? I can see the screen, but I can't make out the prices.
It's 125,000 when they typically are going for 1,290 or 900 bucks or something like that.
Oh yeah, I see that.
So somebody's trying to, but then
Really,
again,
they're really trying to gouge you.
yeah. But then again, you got to fly all the way back to Alioth if you want one.
Right. Yeah, that is true.
So I do like the follow feature. It is pretty interesting, and it does help out quite a bit. But there, I guess you've got to justify using it though, because the fuel usage that you'll go through is something that you got to calculate, and it can be pretty expensive. It's cool though. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's definitely cool, but fuel usage you have to.
Is it because it's constantly on?
Yeah, I mean, you're constantly moving around, and but the ship will follow you at wherever
Right.
wherever you're going. But you just have to be careful with the fuel usage. I'm assuming that's what you want the remote for. Maybe it's for the damage. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking more like for the damage
Hmm.
indication, which I've it's pretty easy on my ship, but I think it would be pretty cool to see how it works, if
Yeah.
anything. I'm gonna see if I can get my brother to start playing.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I offered to pay for his first 3 month subscription just to get him to try it.
Really, that'd be awfully brotherly of you.
It's only $20.
Mm. Yeah, you can go spend that at a bar or something like that in just one night, right?
Oh yeah, easily. Especially with me, I like I like my top shelf.
Yeah.
I don't drink much, but when I do, it's the expensive stuff.
Mm. Is he into these type of games?
Um, he can get into it. He liked Minecraft when it was big, but like he's a pretty big family man too, so it might take too much of his time.
Mm.
But I'm gonna try and tell him it's like, dude, you can just let the talents rack up, and if you want to just specialize in something that doesn't require you being on all the time, just go for that. Like repair and stuff, and setting stuff down. So if we need our ships repaired, you could come out and when that feature comes in to where they actually, come off the ship, you could put them back with better, with equal or better stats than they originally had.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The one thing I think that will probably be pretty cool is they're supposed to have the same type of currency that EVE Online have, where where you actually can buy game time. I mean, if you ever played EVE and you were into it for quite a bit, there's a lot of times where I would never even have to cover a subscription charge because I just I'd buy the Plex through in-game currency. So they're supposed to have the same thing here on this eventually.
Yeah, Eve Echoes has the same thing going on right now.
Does it?
Yeah, that you buy a certain amount of Plex. I think it's like 500 for the basic package, and then you spend the 500 Plex for a 1 month subscription. It's still a little different. And then you can sell the Plex for the currency, so it can go back and forth, whatever you need at the time. And I've been buying all the specials because I could, at this point, I'm pretty good in the industry. I could probably just buy my subscriptions through the game itself, but I've just been collecting a lot of Plex. So if it jumps up in the market at one point, I'll just sell it or something.
I have to admit, I was pretty bummed when they didn't have the mission system. Even the small iteration of the mission system brought out. I was pretty bummed about it. Wish they would have had at least something. So.
Trying to get Diesel Dog to haul your stuff, huh?
Not necessarily. Just it's another aspect of the game that brings a fundamental change of how the game can be played by a multitude of different people. So, I'm kind of all for the piracy and the, people getting ganked every now and then, and having something to lose, and I would have definitely liked to see it. So.
I hate to say it, but PvP really drives the market.
It does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'll be pretty interested in it. It'll be really interesting in it whenever it comes to full light. So.
Because what I would like to see us do is get big enough to become the industrial wing of a PvP group.
Yeah.
So protection.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. Industrial wing, or not even necessarily the industrial wing. We could be just the marketeer section of that, I guess you would say. Like, we always make sure they're always well stocked on supplies and materials, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean that we're building everything. It just means that we just make sure they're supplied with it. So, me personally, I'd like to get into doing a little PvP, but I'm just not interested in doing it right now because everything is so up in the air and everything's going to be changing here before long. Get a little chance to find Diesel Dog floating out there in the unknown and taking a couple crack shots at him. Pew, pew.
You do that to your own court mate? Jeez.
He's not in our corp.
Oh, he's not.
No, he's not in our corp. He hasn't joined anybody, nor has he created any of his own.
Yeah, then that's a different story. Yeah, that'll teach him for flying solo.
Yeah. So there's something that I just noticed. This is something that has come in with the new patch that we received. What was it? Wednesday, I think it was. So I guess there are craters now, or mines, or what do you call them? Caves, I guess you would say. And when we were first originally here at this location, this was never here, and I just noticed it. See that cave that's down there? That was never here before the patch.
So that is there.
Yeah,
I noticed that last night, and I'm like, what the hell is the game doing? Is it glitching bad? And I kept logging in and logging out, trying to get rid of it that way.
Yeah.
Now I feel stupid.
Nope.
But why? That kind of sucks. It kind of showed up on our back doorstep.
Well, it did, but you got to realize too, there's a lot of things that have been put here. Like we built this, it's not a retaining wall. We were trying to flatten it up for another section to land on, but with this cave being here, this is not something that we did. I mean, this is what is supposed to be here in the game, I guess. So it's kind of strange.
Yeah. You'll have to tell Sin that, because I was telling her about it, and I'm like, I can't get rid of this big hole. Like I thought it was the game glitch, and like I said, it's like there's this goddamn hole in the back. I don't know what's going on. And she's like, well, I'll have to check it out. And yeah, I'm like, all right, well, I don't know what it is, but there's a big hole in our backyard.
Yeah, you can tell where we because we were building up the ground here. And in order to build the ground up, you got to put these little balls down, I guess you would say, balls of snow. And we were doing it here, and then we would have to flatten it, and then we'd put the balls, no more balls of snow on top of it to build it up. And this hole was never here. And you can tell this hole is stinking huge. I mean, it's a big freaking hole.
Yeah, that's what really concerned me, because I was like, did someone come by and do that, or? Yeah. What is that, just to add variety to the landscape? Or?
Yeah, it is to, like, say if you look, you can tell it's definitely the game generating, because you can look down in the middle of it and you can actually see through the planet.
And that's kind of why I thought it was glitching there at first, because you could see through it.
Yeah. So you can actually probably see, if you look, like there used to be a glitch where you'd hit the angle just right on the ground, and you could literally see every deposit of ore within the range, because it would be highlighted with like green. And you can't see that on this one, I don't think.
Right. Yeah, if I can, I try and use it.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get the actual node to show up, but
yeah,
you can at least see where you tunneled before.
Yeah, but a lot of that's going to change once they get everything fixed. I think that's just they got some tweaking to do from the last patch. But yeah, that's a big hole. Got to come over here and check out your the way you got everything. Oh my God, you really don't have any more room, do you?
I do not. That is embarrassing. That is the most embarrassing building that I've ever built. I thought my last building was pretty cool, but this right here, yeah, that's on a small core, and I couldn't really do crap with it.
Yeah. That's funny. That is hilarious.
I don't have a storage problem anymore.
There's a guard shack. You got a guard shack in here.
And that's kind of what and that is exactly what I kind of just referenced. Like, well, there'll just be a guard shack there, I guess.
Yeah.
It'll have my container hub, my node, and my VR. That's all I need.
You need to put up on the wall here, like security, like a security symbol or something.
Yeah, I think I need to get like security or something like that.
That's funny. And those containers are a lot larger than I didn't realize. I thought the small core was going to be a little bit larger than that. Holy cow! But hey, you've got plenty of storage though, right?
Oh, I got way too much now. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to use it all.
You never can have too much storage.
I know, but no, I really appreciate you getting those because I still have 2 more to set down too.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, Diesel Dog's online.
Little dog is online.
Oh, hi, boys.
Hey, hey, what's going on?
I see Casey's all smiles after last night.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, your joke on Discord. Smiley, we got some last night.
Oh yeah.
I'll
Oh
laugh
yeah.
about it.
Oh yeah.
They-
It was
they
the
get
hair.
busy, though.
It was the haircut. It was the haircut.
No, it is the whole picture just in general. This guy know the movie. So,
Okay, so I was correct. I only have some relays. I do not have a. I do not have an extra remote.
No
I
problem. The relay is what I really needed. The remote was kind of like extra, but I definitely need the relay.
You definitely need the relay. Okay.
Yeah, how much do I owe you for that?
never cheap.
Yeah, they're probably 5,000-6,000.
Couple thousand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. I'll look here. I'll just put it in your container over here
Okay.
where I've been putting everything else.
Casey making a base with lights? Is what he's doing, or what? All these relays. What are you building, Casey?
Not building anything. I'm trying to hook up my chair and have everything connected.
Oh, you don't use a relay for that, but
Oh, what do I use?
you literally just link your chair to stuff. Like, what are you trying to hook up to your chair? Just your engines and everything?
Tanks.
Yeah, they automatically all hook up. You don't use a relay. Relays for like lights and doors and stuff like that, not for your ship.
Well, the thing is I've used all my slots, and I had to take away something. So since I'm not traveling in space, I had to disconnect my warp core. So is there anything that I can have all the tanks and the warp core and my database there? Because I thought a relay could do that.
Well, see, technically, like my ship has a lot of stuff linked to it, a seat, and I have no issue with it. I think you just have to maybe blueprint it, pick it up, put it back down, and we'll relink everything properly. But you shouldn't have any link issues with a ship. I
Well-
mean, maybe container hubs, stuff like that, but machines, but not a ship.
Well,
I don't
I've
think
done
the chair
that
has
before, but it always skips the database because the database was never.
Well,
originally
the
on there.
database goes to your chair.
That's
I
what
believe
I'm,
it goes from your
that's what I'm telling
chair
you.
to your queue.
Okay, so any
But that's a solo thing. Nothing runs into the engines, the tanks. None of that runs into the database. That just basically the database. You sit it down on your ship, and that's it. It's literally just a box. It will
no.
automatically link up to your yeah, because I had one on my other ship. I literally just sat down on the ground next to my ship, linked in my chair, and I was done.
Okay, so as far as the function of a relay, a lot of times the relay does it just all a relay does is it it basically you can okay, so number one, you can only have 10 links going in and 10 links coming out of any item. Okay, your container links, your containers, your container hubs, all of that stuff, you can only have 10 links total so far as of right now. Your chair is the same way. Your relay is going to be used so that it provides the same function that you basically want repeated. So let's say, for example, you want to turn on 50 lights. Okay, well, to turn on 50 lights, you're going to have 6 relays all connected to a switch. And the reason why you're going to have 6 is because you need one link to connect each relay to that switch. Okay.
But my point was, I have 10 atmospheric engines, 6 space engines, and a whole crap ton of adjusters, and I have well over 10 links, and they all run off my chair. So I don't have any no relay in my ship for that.
Okay. So
So
number
I would
one,
assume,
your adjusters do not require links.
okay, but still, I'm over 10 engines.
Your
So
engines
again,
do not require links to the chair. They require links to your fuel tanks. Your chair
okay,
requires links to your fuel tanks.
so that's 4 plus everything else.
I'll still take the relay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure
I'll
out
mess around with it.
why nothing's like why the relay is even required when you hook up with everything to the seat, because I've never seen it done before or even needed. That's why I'm confused. But yeah, it's whatever.
A relay will do, let's say you have a link. Let's say you have one link. Okay.
I know what the relay does. I've ran it before in my old building. I'm just trying to figure out why a ship requires a relay when technically you pick it up, put it back down, everything sits properly. It automatically hooks everything up. It's the default for the game. The game automatically hooks everything up once you pick it up, put it back down.
Well,
The default does not hook up the data core, or the database, and I need the database to run the script properly. That is my problem. I am
correct.
trying to solve that problem.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Actually, your data bank actually records. The data bank records all your previous settings. So whenever you get out of your seat, you don't have to get in. When you get back into your seat, like you don't have to change your hover height again, or you don't have to change your set relay height. And then you can take that data bank information, you can transfer it over to another data bank. Let's say you have another ship that you want to put that script in, but you don't want to have to reset everything up. You can copy what's in the data bank onto another data bank and then put that data bank into another ship so that all of the settings are set. So
No, data bank is just a box that literally remembers that you can transfer the box between ships. You can't open the data bank up and reprogram what's on it. I know that. I've tried that; it don't work unless they changed it. There was no option to open the data bank up like the computer and literally change everything on it. It was just a memory box, unless they changed it within the last couple months. As far as my knowledge goes.
Mr. Diesel Dog, how many times have you crashed your ship within the last 3 days?
We ain't gonna get into that, Dan. I'm just saying,
Okay.
I've experienced using the box before, and you're acting like you can open the thing up like a computer and type into it. I've never seen an option for it. So unless they changed it within the last couple patches, which I doubt they have because it didn't make any sense why they do that.
Hey, Stuart, how's it
Then
going,
I
man?
don't know.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Anyways, I just never heard of it. So
Okay, like I mentioned, the data core is set up. It's linked to your chair in your ship. The data core stores all the information that you program for the skip by going into your seat. You can,
right for that ship.
or that ship, that is correct. You can copy all of that information onto another data core. I didn't say you go into the data core. I said you can copy that information for another data core that you put into another ship.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Gotcha.
You must have the patience of a saint.
He does. It's awesome.
There's times, man. there are times. I do have I do have a lot of patience.
I've given the word patience a big meaning, a new meaning to this gentleman here. He's questioned the theory of life a few times.
Wow. So what are you up to do? What are you up to today, Stuart? hit the wrong one. It's not that one. I'm looking for this one.
He could become a Diesel Dog co-pilot. He just needs a res node active at all times.
Casey, that's funny, but that was below the belt, man.
Oh, you're sorting up your work factory. That's cool. Did you set up your warp factory on your own, or did you buy the plans for the warp factory? So I need 3. Oh, you bought the plans. Well, that's pretty cool. Diesel Dog was, I believe, in the market for one. Who'd you get it off of? Hey Draco, what? Okay, so you have a lot more experience with Twitch. Oh, that must be links. I see. It may be because.
Yeah, you can't show links on Twitch unless you've given them permission to do so.
I see. Okay. Yeah, if you could do that in Discord, that'd be great. That'd be pretty helpful.
It's really this. It's a spam filter.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like you see your first comment, the wannabe famous comment, that's a spam one.
Yeah.
And they block that link. But to get around it, they also put the separated .com. So
I see. All right. Hey Diesel Dog, there's a link in there for that warp factory that you were looking at trying to get set up.
That's one of the warp factory I was looking to set up. I've seen that before. Yeah. No, I'm looking for a factory building.
Oh, you're looking for a building. Okay.
Yeah. Still on the search for it. Actually, now I'm just going to different VRs to look at buildings and come up with ideas.
Yeah, Loaded has a pretty good building. I think we have one sitting. I think we have one sitting on our pad right now. But what was it that you guys were talking about? That I think Centauri's and I think Diesel Dog were talking about it the other day. And
it's too blingy for me.
Oh, it's too blingy. Okay, I see.
I like simple and elegant.
It gives too much of a good first impression, and that's just horrible.
No, not even that. It's just it's too bright. See, I've looked at buildings. I like kind of a dollar look factory building. That just screams like space tech. So
you want an abandoned building kind of look?
Yeah, something I can throw down in the back room. Leave them there. Yeah, something similar to that.
You could go to Detroit and get some inspiration.
Oh, I've been there before. It's quite inspiring down there, dude.
I think Stuart actually linked another building too as well. Might want to check that out on our Discord.
Just open to look at it. Yeah, I've seen these.
Are they still too fancy?
Well, this is more of everything that Lotus has built. Just him instead of like a page showing everything he's built. This is just everything he's built. A few of the things on here is what I'm buying too. They're like large landing pad, stuff like that. I like an industrial building. I do like that. I just wish it was on a large core though. That's my only thing. Industrial building would be really cool if it was on a large core.
Or you could always get a hold of Loaded and see if he could build you one on a large core. If you like his work.
I mean, well, the problem is he'd have to rebuild the entire build. You can't take a medium core blueprint and put it on a large core and make it large.
Well,
You have to rebuild the whole thing because the blueprints are locked in the core size. So if you make a medium facility building and you put it on a medium core, you blueprint that, it has to be recreated on a medium blueprint or a medium core. You cannot recreate that on a large core.
That's what I'm kind of thinking too, Draco. Just put up a square concrete building. What do you? I mean, come on.
Because I am picky. I am very picky. Yeah, I've seen this one. This one is the one that Centauri has. I like this one, but it's too small. I'm very picky. See, the one I liked. I'll show you the one I looked at, but go here a couple pages ahead. The problem is I've looked for this building, I can't find it. Can't find the guy who built it. Added to the score, added to the game. Went to the location he had on here, and we can't find him. Which really stinks because he made a really kind of basic, cool building. Ooh, I didn't see that one. That's brand new. Where's that here? Oh, there. There you go, Stuart. That's the one I was looking at right there. Because, see, I had the idea on the factory side, which was to build a canopy up top for storage of containers. Now it leaves the whole room open to machines. I like the look of it. I just like the look. To me just screams factory, not bling. So I'm a very simple man. Quite much to be happy. Man, don't just let that go. just we.
Oh my God.
You're not gonna let me live that down now.
No.
Basically, the simple things keep me happy.
But yet he has to have the biggest ship in the entire interplanetary system.
Oh, no, wow.
I have to have a ship that is 19 cores long, 16 cores wide.
Ships are like cars. I mean, it's it's like a semi. You just want a regular plastic truck, or you want yourself a nice built-out Pete with lights and chrome. Come on. I've seen that one. That's a pretty cool one. I actually visited that one yesterday.
Yeah, Stuart's asking what ship were you interested in? The ship that he was interested in, I do not believe that was
the Pioneer 2021 remastered.
Oh, okay. No, I was talking about the one that you were trying to have somebody build for you a while back.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to have somebody build me a three long course ship, and it never achieved anything. No one wanted to do the work on it because of how big it was going to be.
Yeah, I think the progression with the game. I don't think a 3-core ship or a 4-core ship or any core over a 1-core ship would be adequate right now. I think the game is too it's not polished enough, and I think you'd probably have more problems out of it than what it was worth.
With my flying skills, most definitely, but that's besides.
Well, what you have to understand is because a lot of the shipbuilders actually add scripts into the ship. I think that's where a lot of your issues come from, is you're not quite understanding that the game flies one way, but when you have a script in it, it flies a completely different way, and the keystrokes are different. And I
fly perfectly straight.
Yeah, perfectly straight into the ground.
No, yesterday, I did a swan belly flop. Okay, I came into the atmosphere. I was coming, gliding in all pretty like, and it was just like somebody kicked my leg out from underneath, and I went, shit. I went right to the ground. But I didn't complain. I didn't bitch. I ran back to my ship most of the way, like 80 some, almost SU away. But I ran back to it, and I put it back together. After running out of fuel and giving you an aneurysm with laughter.
Nothing says professional like running out of fuel.
I know, right?
No, it wasn't the just running out of fuel that did it. It was the comment that came by when I did it, which was, I'm trying to fly, and my ship engines are starting to, only one side starting to light up. I'm like, well, that's weird.
Don't you have an indicator?
Out of fuel. Say what?
A ship like that, you should have indicators of your fuel, right?
No, this was just a tiny little 1-0 script. This is before scripts became really a big thing.
Yeah, so he crashed his large ship, and he was transported back to a specific spot, and then he had to go and get one of his secondary ships. That was kind of like a pocket rocket, but it's not a pocket rocket. It's just a little bit too large to be a pocket rocket.
Too many fuel tanks.
Yeah, and what he did was, is he was, number one, he was overloaded, which that's something that in this game you have to be very mindful of. You have to, you know, everything in this game has weight. And
45 tons of scrap in a 20-ton ship.
Right. And basically,
what the hell?
I didn't think about it, because I thought, oh, it's just scrap. It's not really a big deal. And my bag wasn't full, like on my character. Well, it didn't click. When we got the skill point reset a while back before you joined, I boosted all that stuff maxed out, because I was still at like level 4 on most of my stuff. So I boosted everything to 5. And so I can carry basically, I don't remember how much I can carry in my bag, but it's quite a bit in weight. But it's well over the 20-ton mark. And so when I threw it in there, it didn't dawn on me.
Let's just say that Mr. Diesel Dog has a little bit of an issue with pre-planning and planning anything that he has going on.
I plan it very well.
No, you didn't plan anything.
I plan it very well.
Failing to plan is a plan to fail.
That's right.
Well then, failing the plan is a plan to failure. Great. That's why I always win, though. I never lose.
Oh my God. Diesel Dog can be incredibly funny at times, and then other times he can be incredibly irritating.
Dim-witty.
Dimwitty is not the word.
I'll just say it for you.
I could think of a few other words, but
hey, there you go. Just, behave yourself.
Excuse me. We need somebody in our organization. I was talking to Draco about this earlier. We need somebody in our organization that does nothing but scanning all the time.
That would be you. That'd be you. That's all you do.
Well, what we're trying to do is we're going to try to put on events here before long, and going to pick people up from Alioth and move them over to certain locations or whatnot. But in order to do that, we have to have plenty of scans to be able to go out and be able to go get what we need to go and go and do. And we want somebody that's completely associated with us and not sending the scans out all over the place. We want to make sure that we retain those scans for our organization. So we're looking for something like that. So if anybody out there is interested in maybe trying to join and trying to help provide some of that, that would be great. So, and then you could join in on the commentary and get to know us as individuals and make fun of Diesel Dog just like all we do. So.
No, that's a privilege. You have to earn that right. I allow you that right. That's a big difference. Please keep in mind that, we've been friends for X amount of years, and so you earned that title right to give me grief.
I tell you what, we're going to have an org wallet specifically set up to give Diesel Dog grief. That's what we're going to have. We're going to have a specific for every instance, for every grief that we.
I've already got it for you. I've already got it. It's not even an org wallet. It's not even an org wallet. Bishop, it's not even an org wallet.
Yeah.
Just create yourself a one-man org and set it up at the gay bar you're going to make for me, to make that donation center. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you could do, Red.
What's that?
If you want to do a giveaway, maybe do the best Diesel Dog insult gets a free 3-month subscription.
Oh, that is oh man.
But first you gotta know me well enough to insult me.
But wait a minute. Here's the issue that we have with that though. If I do that, who's going to determine who's got the best insult? And we got to be careful with the insult too, because we don't want to scar the man for life. I mean, I can do that on my own.
Well, yeah, you could, but we won't get into that detail.
That would actually be a pretty good. That would actually be a pretty good thing to do. I would have to be careful with doing a giveaway on something like that.
Maybe a community poll.
A community pool. Okay.
A poll.
What do you mean by that?
Like we select, each one of us selects what they think is the best one, and then it goes to a poll, and then the community votes on the very best one.
That would probably work out pretty well. Provided that Steve would be acceptance of the
abuse.
Of the abuse.
Red, I challenge anybody to come and give me a grief.
Oh my God! So this is so the live. Here it is. This is live. Everybody can hear him out, and he is accepting the challenge. Right? You're accepting the challenge.
Bring it on! Sticks and stones might break their bones.
Oh my God! That actually may not be too bad of an ordeal. We're definitely going to look into doing something like that. A giveaway would be awesome.
That's what
I think that'd be pretty cool too. But we'd have to definitely think about the rules and everything, and maybe look into Twitch and YouTube to make sure. Well, there's rules we have to follow for.
Rules just ruin it all.
Well. There are rules on all of the platforms that I stream to, so we'd have to be kind of careful to make sure that we don't overstep the bounds on the rules. So, but that's definitely a good thing to do. I thought about doing like a ship giveaway, in-game ship giveaway of some kind.
Yes, give away your only ship. That's great. That way we don't have to listen to you crash anymore. I've heard you crashing quite a bit lately.
I've crashed once or twice.
No, not once or twice, but I'm starting to lose count on both hands.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about me.
We're talking about you.
No.
Exactly, yes.
No.
Centauri has told me that you crashed quite a few times from being overloaded with your little ship.
Yeah, there's been a few times I've been overloaded. So, but that's okay though. One of those times was because I was I was trying out the script, and I wanted to see what the script would actually do.
The strip.
I
Like
said
you were trying that out.
I said the script was trying to
No,
do.
you said the strip.
Okay. So
Today's gonna be a good day for something. I can just feel it.
Diesel Dog, where are you at right now? Are you still?
I'm looking for my building still.
Oh, okay.
Are you doing it through VR? Or are you going through the?
Well, kind of a mixture of Google and DU Creator and VR and imagination if that exists still. Problem is that the one-on-one I can't find. I can't get a hold of guys for it. And it's the perfect little building. I could recreate that type of building, I would. I just ain't got it in me to build no more. Let's build. Do no more. I don't know why. Don't.
When you finally do get this building, where are you setting it down at, Symeon, or?
No, it's gonna be here in Iowa. I'm setting up an actual entire city itself. Hangars and runways and storage, landing pads, and facilities, and one great big base. I'm gonna operate out for building and selling and manufacturing.
But
Do you specialize in building anything?
Am I?
Yeah, if you're putting up a factory, do you specialize in anything?
No, I just build everything and anything. T1, T2, T3.
I don't think Diesel Dog has any of the.
I have all the skills.
Oh, you do have all the skills?
Where do you think my 3 months of delays went to when I started playing other games?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I've got, let's see here. Currently sitting at 20.5 million skill points or talent points. And my industrial side is finishing up for the most part. Just got a few more things in there to do, and then my crafting is slowly finishing off some of the advanced stuff. Yeah.
So you'll actually have some pretty decent skills to get everything squared away then, huh?
Yeah, because basically I went through, I took every single skill that dealt with crafting and industrial side of stuff and took it to 3. And then certain ones I took to 4 as needed for the refining stuff. But yeah, I had over 147 days of skills, and I'm down to 37 days. So,
I see.
yes.
So being that you put everything into your skills, is it what do you have in piloting skills?
All my pilot skills are almost maxed already.
Seriously?
80, 60, 80, 64, 80, 80, 80, 80, 65, 0. Yeah,
Can you share your screen in Discord?
I could.
Uh-oh.
I think this is the right one. There we go. That's my piloting skill.
Oh, he wasn't shit.
Yeah.
So he has pretty good piloting skills, huh?
Yeah.
It looks like 80% and everything up until space, and then it kind of falls off.
No. That's 80, 60, 80, 64, 80, 80, 80, 80, 65. That's
Oh,
rocket
okay.
science. That's for rocket only. And I don't have any to use rockets for a while.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I have any skills in rocketry right now. It's not to say I won't get it, because you kind of like I could see where rockets could come in handy, especially when you're incredibly heavy coming off of a planet. And
But that's something you'd add on as needed.
right. So I mean, you could use kind of like what the Navy uses for like their big
Slingshot?
it's not a no. They basically put a rocket, some sort of a rocket engine to the bottom of a plane, and they use it to take off of aircraft carriers. I can't remember. JATO assist, maybe? Is that right?
I would be a smart ass. The U.S. Navy likes to slingshot stuff off of their decks with slingshots, catapults.
Yeah, but you're not going to do that with a big plane.
I know. My crafting skills, basic stuff, go all the way through. This covers a lot of the basic stuff. All the way through. The thing with this, it's hard to say crafting is getting out there because it's so much stuff in there. But
Yeah,
it's
I see a lot of 40s and 60s. Yeah.
And then same thing with industrial. Industrial efficiency is 60% all the way through. Handling's at 60. Assembly efficiency is at 60. Assembly efficiency, handling's at 60. And it's going down. So yeah, I've got pretty decent skills for all that. And I still got some of the stuff in here I'm going to work with. Some of the stuff I haven't done anything with time being.
So you could be our supplier to help seed the market near us.
Could be.
I mean, everything sells for a price. I accept favors, by the way. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Symeon needs. I mean, there's a lot of materials, a lot of containers, a lot of somebody needs to really start seeding the market out here.
Well, it's only worth seeding that market if there's going to be a lot of people out there, and that's the problem with some of the distant planets. Is if there's not a lot of people out there seeding that market, you're going to be sitting on a lot of stuff on the market for a very long time until somebody actually comes out there and does it. That's why everyone has made Alioth basic main go-to hub, because everyone comes to Alioth first.
Well, right, but I mean that's where you get the cheapest. But if everybody kind of like stays there, everything's just gonna get really crowded. And people are gonna
Well, that's kind of how. That's the thing, though. It's going to be, because not a lot of people want to do everything on PvP planets, because the only way you can survive a PvP planet, for the most part, in theory, is to build your base underground. What you can't see, you can't destroy. So, with that being said, most of your PvP planets are going to have stuff built into the ground. You're not going to have surface activity. Supposedly, this is what was supposed to happen. We were talking about this months ago. Now, if it's changed, I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, unless you want your building to be blown up at some point in time, you stay in the safe zone. It's just kind of the way, unfortunately, it works. And I think a lot of people are going to care better in this game, and they're going to stick to the safe planets. I think the people that's going to go out to the PvP planets and do PvP and try and build out there, they're going to be the ones that they have a very good, solid foundation in the game. Organization is large. Got plenty of time behind them.
It honestly wouldn't surprise me if they expanded. Like, we're supposed to get multiple solar systems, correct?
Correct.
Right, but We're under the understanding of that. We think it's going to be all PvP, though.
I would imagine the first solar system would be all safe space. So
Yeah.
this might all be safe space at some point, and then out further would be the PvP zone.
Well, here's the problem with that. Here's the biggest problem with that, and they've already set up, DQ's already or DQ, NQ, whatever, Bailey, Molly. Anyways, it's been said before. This first system they created is not going to be like the second system or anything beyond that, because this was built off the old software. The new stuff coming out, the next Galaxy Forward, is all going to be new software. So that's going to look a lot different and have a lot more to it than these systems will here. And they won't be able to do anything with this one because of what it was built on. So this may all become safe space in time, but I highly doubt they're going to be able to do anything with it. They'll probably just keep it the way it is and just keep pushing out farther and farther. See, the problem, the issue I see reverting into the game right now is because nothing recreates itself, nothing regenerates. Eventually, 5, 6, 7 years down the road, kind of like Eve, Eve's been around for a long time, it recreates. But being that this game does not, I can see there being a lot of dead systems, very scattered out people on them, due to population limits and just the game not recreating anything on the surfaces. So people won't have a need to stay on a specific planet very long. Once it starts to run out of resources or becomes uninhabitable, like people ain't on it, people will just pick up and move. And you have the ability to do that by just picking up your building, your ships, all that, and moving it because it's all blueprint. So it's not hard to pick up and move to a new planet very easily. And I can see that happening with people always want to go out to the new areas, and eventually the old areas will be forgotten, type of thing. So, and I think maybe that might be why they're going to end up doing eventually automated mining as well, or automation of mining. Because once the planets start to become a scarce planet and all the basic resources are pulled from them, except for the stuff that people ain't gonna want to dig for 1,000 meters down, people are just gonna keep moving to new systems. Well, if they bring in automated mining, that will allow some people, or whoever wants to do it, the ones that actually give a care about it, to actually go back to these deader planets and pull the rest of the resources off of them. If they do, in fact, decide to do that. So that's just kind of my insight that I feel they're going to do it. So, yeah.
What do you think, Red? Or did you fall asleep?
No, I'm here.
Steven said a lot of big words and he's trying to comprehend those.
Whatever.
Well, did Diesel Dog understand the words that he said? That's the thing.
Yeah,
that's a whole nother story. But I expect to be charged all day.
I see the okay, so when it comes to the planetary warfare, I think we are a long ways off from that. I don't think we're going to be seeing that anytime soon. I think anybody who thinks that we're going to be into planetary warfare
we'll stay within the next year and a half, at least some form of it. Because here's the thing, if they don't create that territorial warfare, people will get bored of the game because there's not much more to do except for planet side stuff and space PvP.
I don't buy that. I think the planetary warfare, the game is supposed to be fully released by the end of this year. I don't think they're going to hit that mark. I think it's probably going to be another year at least. I think we're 2 years from having a fully completed game. I think the planetary warfare is going to be something that we're not going to see this year. Realistically, I don't see how they can do planetary warfare when they're still so far away from being able to do just space PvP. There's too many complexities.
Well, just because they haven't gotten into space PvP and got it completed yet doesn't mean they're not going to throw the idea into the game. You can throw the basic fundamentals into the game as they have on other things and add to it through patches.
No, you're correct, but the issue
And
of
I
it
see them
is
doing that.
no, I don't. I think because I think 2.3 was a shot in the arm that they don't want to repeat, and
But they haven't knocked it out though. They've done it. You say they're not going to repeat it, but they've never retracted it though. It's still here.
yeah, they did. They retracted
Eventually,
parts of it.
They retracted they retracted one part of it, which was destruction on planets. That's not space PvP. But they're also hindering the game by doing that in the same respects. Again, you don't have much loss. There's not much demand on the market.
What you are? I don't know where you're coming from with a lot of this stuff, because a lot of the stuff that you are, when they released 2.3, it was a big shot in the arm altogether. Okay, it was a rough patch. A lot of people got upset about 2.3. They did pull some of that back, and they did revoke some of it, but not all of it. Going into a PvP system, and when other things are not fully polished, like I've mentioned before, you can't drop a boatload of crap down on everybody and expect everybody just to live it. I don't think they want to have that much of a problem that they had in 2.3. Again, so what they're going to do is they're going to try to get the space stuff worked out first, and then they're going to start working on the territory stuff. Now, we may see a slight bit of iteration with it, but as far for the power supplies and how the fundamental, because you're going to need time to get it all set up. You're going to have probably 3 or 4 months just to be able to make sure that the players that are currently down on the planets right now either A, have ways to be able to provide defenses, get all that stuff up and going, or they're going to have time to be able to take all their stuff down and move it to another location. That takes time. So they're not going to do that all at once. So that's where there's going to be some sort of a progression. Are we anywhere near to having space battles as of right now? I don't think so. I think we've got a long ways to go before any of that is ever going to come into play. I think they still have to get the mission system up and going, and the mission system alone is probably, I think it's probably going to be midsummer by the time they ever get that all ready. So we're already looking at halfway through the year. I mean, we're almost in the second quarter already of this year. So no, I don't think that any planetary warfare is going to really start taking place yet. I think it's going to be at least another year. As far as the system or the solar system, the solar system is going to be one of those. Okay, I'm going to ask, will you please stop ruffling the stuff?
I was opening a pack of cigarettes. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I don't want to listen to that. So I think that with the planet system, the planet side things, I think there's some things that they have to tweak on this side of everything before they bring in the secondary system. They have to, number one, they're going to have to make sure that they have the way we're going to warp to that other system is going to be in there. I think before we see the secondary system, we're going to see the asteroids first. And then I would say probably by the end of the year, maybe the first quarter of next year, that's when the second system will probably come in. I don't think that anybody's going to be interacting in any type of planetary warfare until at least next year. I just don't see it. There's too much work that has to take place before that can go on.
I honestly think, and I hate to say it this way, but I honestly think NQ will push it because they've got a game day breaking wording. They have an edge breaking game that no one's created per se the way they have. Okay, it's top of the list. It's there. Now, instead of falling behind on where they're at in that list, if they slow down on pushing content, new games come out every year, every 6 months. Will they be forgotten? will they not be at the top of that list? I can see them pushing content, whether it's completed or not, to stay on the top of that list, only because of what they have. They have a game that they've created that's far more than most games you see today. Take, for example, EVE Online. When it first came out, that was like a historic event for anything gaming, for what they created. No one actually could match it. Not in that platform. This is the same idea. No one's actually recreated something like this yet. Can it be done? Yeah, give it a couple years when people start doing it. But they've created something that no one else has done yet, and I can see them taking advantage of that and pushing out the content to keep it on top, regardless if the content's completed or not.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they have a lot more completed in the background, and they're testing everything first, and that they haven't released yet. But I don't know. They're a small team, and unless they get a larger team going in a much more organized fashion, I don't see how they can institute and bring those aspects to the game into full functionality. I just don't see it. I would love to see PvP in its full glory by the end of the year. I just don't see it. I really, they've got a long ways to go. A long ways to go. I mean, they don't even have the mission system up yet. And that's going to be much less complicated than the PvP system.
Right.
So, and I don't really see the mission system being out until, fully developed until probably the, middle of summer, maybe even the first couple of weeks of fall. That's if they even are able to get it completed. I mean, because you got to realize, let's say let's do it in a 1 week progression. Let's say every week from here on out, they drop one fundamental part of the mission system, just one. Well, right there, we're looking at June by the time it's said and done. That's if they drop one iteration of the mission system per week. And you know as well as I do, they're not going to do that.
No, they're going to push it out bigger patches.
Correct. So you're going to have...
They're trying to keep a time frame. That's the whole idea. They're trying to keep the time frame they promised in the very beginning when they launched the game.
Well, I'm telling everybody right now, if everybody is looking for this game to be 100% completed by the end of this year, like they stated, there's no way in hell it's happening. No way.
I mean, that can happen. It will be very shoddily done.
See, and I would rather have them take more time and put out a quality product and not rush it and have it be crap.
Correct.
But here's the problem, though. We all know humans. Humans like to push for that time. Any business out there will do it. Quality has been a thing of the past. Quantity over quality has always been the way people do stuff nowadays. Unfortunately, and it comes in games. It comes in products we buy. I mean, look at most of the stuff we buy nowadays off the shelves. 90% of what we buy is cheaply made overseas because no one wants to pay to have something built properly. Cheap labor. You build it here in the U.S., it costs you 3 times the amount, plus a little more time. But it's done right. Same thing with games. They will push content out as fast as they can just to get it done, so they stay on top of that list of gaming magazines 2021, whatever, As long as they're up there in the spotlight, they're happy.
Well, one of the bigger issues that you have to be mindful of is the people who are going to be upset about the game, just like what happened in 2.3, and just like what happened with the release of 2.4.
Well, the problem with 2.3 is they didn't really tell me when they were going to do that exactly. Like, that was kind of thrown to us blindly. Only a few people knew about that, and at that point, no one should have knew about that. If they were going to do it where it's dropped on the community, they should have not told anyone. Or they should have told everyone.
And quite honestly, I kind of feel as though that being that it's a beta, I don't believe that they have to fully disclose everything that they're doing simply because it's considered a beta. Now, if
that's alpha.
No, I said beta.
I
said beta. I don't care about alpha. I said beta. Now, I don't. That's the one thing that you have to agree with whenever you sign up for a beta play is they're going to make changes. There's going to be a lot of changes that they have to do in order to make the game different, or to achieve what they want to with the game. I mean, there's just part of it. So as far as like communication about that side of things, a little bit of communication definitely needs to take place. But as far as the fundamental dynamics of how the game is going to physically change when you sign up for a beta, no, I do not believe that they have to give you every level of detail about what's going on with that beta change. Now, if it is considered a fully released game, that's where I believe that they have to make the announcements and saying, hey, this is what is going to be changing in the title. When it's a fully released game. Now, people can disagree with me or whatnot, but the problem with 2.3, when everything came out, was the squeaky wheels got the grease. And the people that were screaming and crying like little kids in a candy store and throwing their feet on the ground because they weren't getting their way, well, you got to understand this is a beta. And, sometimes you just got to be adults and you've got to say, look, I signed up for a beta. And although I've put some time into this, I signed up for a beta. There's going to be changes that take place. If you can't agree with that and you can't deal with that, you probably shouldn't be playing the beta.
I don't know. I'm all about changing. I love change. I just wish they would tell you honestly, hey, we tweaked something here. Be on the lookout. Or so, like when they changed that stuff with the AGG, they didn't tell anyone that they were changing the AGG. That was never even mentioned they were supposed to do that.
It was all in the change logs. All you had to do was just read the change log.
Yeah, they publish patch notes. You have to read the patch notes.
I never saw it, but kids and I went through the patch notes like snails. We never saw it.
Yeah, I was in there. I read it. So,
I've also seen it put patch notes out and change it the day they launched the game or launched the patch too, though. So, go figure.
Well, there are always going to be somebody that comes in and reads something a little differently than the next person. You always have to realize that. But for the most part, they've been, when it comes to the patch logs and patch notes, they've been pretty upfront with a lot of things. Now, granted, there are some things in there that they did change that was not in the patch notes. But being that it's a beta, you got to expect that. It's just the way it is. Now,
I get that.
Well, but you also got to realize too, you're expecting. There's a lot of people that come into this that is expecting this game to be 100% polished right now, and there are so many problems, there are so many issues with this game, and people are looking at this because I think the community in general want to see that there's a massive interest in this game. A huge interest. This is going to take place. This is going to take care of a lot of people's interests. I mean, you got you got stuff that you would see in EVE Online. You're going to be able to do this in here, but at the same time, everything in this world is player driven and player built. Everything. The only thing that's not is the elements.
Well, not necessarily. The market still is being, I don't want to say price gouged, but pretty much price gouged by NQ right now with the bots. They need to remove the bots. You want to play a random market, you need to get rid of the NQ bots.
I don't think it's ready for that yet. I don't think it's nowhere near ready for that. We're touching on a completely different subject now. That we need to hold that subject.
It's still the game, though. It's still overall a game.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the progression of what's going to take place here in the next few months.
Okay, but
we're not talking about.
The game has been released since 2017. It's 5 years now. You want to tell me in 5 years, from alpha, day of alpha, till now, almost 5 years, they can't let the players run the market. They can't make a fundamental market in 5 years.
And again, the game has not been released. The game is in beta.
I did not say it was released. I said it came out 5 years ago. It came out in 2017.
But you're talking as though that it was a finished product, and it's nowhere near finished. No. That's where everybody needs to make the distinction. This game is not finished by any means. It has so much more to go before it's even remotely considered a finished product.
But to keep the game alive, people's interest and people wanting to keep building and progressing forward, you have to have an active working kit.
Okay, but you
And
can't
right
have
now,
a
your
you can't have an act
ores
and again, you're looking at it as a fully completed game. It's
no,
it's
not at all. I'm
abs-
just saying remove the bots and give items deterioration, so people will come back to the market and keep buying stuff for the
okay.
ships instead of just saying we
Again,
create things
we're
by
not
hand.
talking about the markets right now. We're talking about the progression of the systems. We're talking about the territorial warfare, the planet side warfare. We're not going into all of the market stuff. We're not going into the individual issues and situations that are in the game. It's not a completed game. So we're just going to leave that there. Let's focus back on what the earlier topic was, you know,
And the other topic's farther down the line, though, too, from where the game's at now. That's even farther beyond them fixing markets.
we're not talking about that right now.
No, you're talking about territorial warfare, which all I'm saying is that's at like the last part of what they're launching. That's before they do any fixes before anything else.
But we're trying to stay on topic of the question that was asked. And the original question that was asked was, when do you think that the planet, the secondary system is going to come out? When do you think the territorial warfare is going to work? And, you know, stuff like that. And I'm not, by no means am I saying that this game is complete, because it's not. There's a lot of changes that are going to have to take place. There's a lot of things that are going to have to be updated by the time it gets to that point. I don't see how they can. They're so far away from being able to do that right now. I don't see how it's going to be done by the end of the year. I can't see it. Unless they get a massive crew of people that can start breaking stuff down into a lot more than what they're doing. I just do not see it.
Somebody told me, I don't know if it was Centauri or something. Somebody made a comment that they ended up letting a few of their developers go, which kind of concerns me a little bit.
They did, and High Gang, and yes, they did.
Well, I mean, if they did, I mean, then that's NQ's decision. I mean, why would that give you any concern?
No, just if you want to produce, you want to keep people on, to keep the idea going, to keep as much momentum behind that idea as you can get. If you drop people, then the momentum slows down.
But how do you know that they were working on the pieces that were important? Maybe their section of the game is over. Maybe their section of the game is completed.
You don't fire somebody for that. You move them to another department.
Well,
developers are basically everyone knows everything that's going on in that whole building. They all work together. It's just you'd move people around. You wouldn't just let them go.
That's not true at all. So you're making assumptions when that's not necessarily the correct assumption.
Well, no one knows why they did it.
Star Citizen, and I know we're talking about a different game now, but Star Citizen did the exact same thing. Chris Roberts let a lot of people that he originally had working on Star Citizen, and he let some of them go. That's the normal progression.
Star Citizen's been out for how long, and they've made so many promises to get it so far, and they've never even made them benchmarks yet.
But you're trying to say it's okay for one to do it and not another company, because
I'm not saying it's good at all by anyone, but Star Citizen is a very bad example to use, because Star Citizen has been out for so long. There's people saying this thing is never going to get out of beta, period, because they just don't have the intent or want to get it out of beta, because they're just milking for what it is.
I don't buy that. I think a lot of it is just developmental issues, but that's it. But every business, no matter what, they have the right to let people go, bring new people in, they need fresh ideas, they need new ideas, they need better ways to do things, and maybe they just weren't jiving. I mean, it happens all the time. So you can't look at, just because they let a few of the people go, that they left on bad terms. You can't automatically assume that. You just can't.
Hard, yeah.
So what's up, Sanitaries? How you doing today? Sanitaries.
Yeah. It's technically quote unquote Syrian Terry's, but that's fine.
Syrian Terry's.
There you go.
I'll forget it. I'll forget it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's no worries.
At least he's honest.
All right, and
Can we just say Sin for short?
Siri, that's fine.
Siri.
Siri for short.
Siri.
Okay.
That's no worries.
Hey Siri, how long do you put a turkey in the oven for?
Depends. Will Dan fit in an oven? I mean, Red fit in an oven?
Why would I? Whoa. Why would I fit in the oven?
I don't know. It just came to mind because I don't know.
Why would I fit in an oven?
I don't know. It just came out of the blue.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I kind of just woke up not long ago, so I'm still in that.
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Holy cow!
Yeah, I kind of overslept. I know.
Holy poopalooza!
Well, I was tired. Casey and I were mining all night.
Oh, you were?
Well, almost all night.
It was I think midnight by the time we got done.
Well, if it's Central Time, I mean, it was literally we both logged off at the same time. I mean, or unless you logged off later after me, I logged off at 1:30.
1:30? I thought it was 12.
It was 1:30.
I'm in Eastern, so I don't know. It was around that time. It doesn't matter.
Well, it's that, and because WWE is now showing their WWE network on the Peacock, so I was watching that for a couple hours last night before going to sleep.
Peacock? What the hell is the Peacock?
NBC.
Peacock Network, NBC's streaming network.
Okay. Apparently I'm out of the times.
No, it's just a logo. Looks like a bunch of peacock feathers spread out.
Mm.
And if you have Comcast, you can get Peacock for free, which means you get the WWE network for free.
My boy watches the WWE. I can't get into it.
I was wondering why Diesel Dog was so quiet, but then I realized that I turned him down.
I haven't said anything for 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
This was from last night.
Oh wow. Now I'm not feeling very nice about this. I feel insulted.
You were really ruffling there last night, so I needed to do something.
I was rough. I wasn't even ruffling any feathers last night. I was doing my thing.
Are you still out there on Ion? Sin?
Yep. Siri.
Siri.
I went to the market and basically sold a bunch of ore, and finally got paid by some vendors. You know who you are. And then I took I guess you and Diesel Dog vanished, and I ended up taking a flight over to Boo and doing some exploring last night.
Oh. Did you get destroyed?
Nope. There wasn't anyone on at all.
Really?
They have a monstrous mammoth cave of cores inside the mountain, way down. Yeah, it was going to be a challenge because I thought I wouldn't be able to get in the elevator, but their elevator was glitched. Bugged. It was actually quite ingenious, their system of tunnels and stuff, so. But then I respawned out up to my ship and flew away. Flew back to my back to the market, and then flew back to the site. Started mining again.
Hmm.
It was hell landing on that thing, though. You heard it. I tried to land on the pad last night, and it's the first time I literally missed it by a hair, and so it just basically fell off the pad slightly. The darn market, though, was like 1,225 feet in the air. Sitting on top of a mountain.
Hmm.
Wow. Cheetah is packed yet again.
Yeah, I told Red about my bounce last night too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We had a couple incidents. Diesel dog, not doing any more bouncing lately? He's gone quiet, so.
Yeah, I wonder where he went to.
Give me a second. Somebody popped online. I want to talk to you about something up building. So, give me a few minutes.
I'm gonna have to get me something to snack on, man. I got the munchies.
Yeah, call the wife up and tell her to make you some nice artichoke hearts. Nice and healthy.
Ugh. What the hell are you talking about? What foul wording is coming out of your moutheth? Artichoke heart? What?
I literally watched the Food Network a little while ago, and they're like, artichoke hearts make a very healthy snack.
I do like artichoke dip though. That's pretty good though.
Yeah, I can do the dip all day, but just plain no.
Yeah, no, yeah. Either that or some spinach dip.
Some guacamole.
I had some of that the other day. We have a nice little restaurant that makes fresh guac, and that stuff is good. I like it. Like it a lot.
Ooh, nice set of green you found there, Casey. Or Drago, I should say, excuse me. I forgot, you are streaming, aren't you?
That is correct.
Aha.
Yeah, I've been just mining this stuff all day.
So I found out what we need to do is we need to have somebody that does nothing but, their job is nothing but scanning all the time. We need somebody to find to do that on different planets.
Hmm.
And then we need to have these ops where, like, see, like if you're looking at my stream, I've got like, I put some extra seats in my ship so we can go and pick them up, bring them back to a location, and mine some stuff out. But in order to do that, in order to have 6 or however many people we got here, 6, plus the pilot, need to make sure we have enough ore to be able to gather all the time.
Oh, my guy just came on. For the
What?
factory building I wanted.
Christensen.
Yeah, he's logged into the Discord, yeah. He doesn't play as often as he used to. But he's checking to see where the VR is, what the VR is for the building, so I can go see it, and I should be able to get a blueprint for it.
So you found your building then? Is that what you're saying?
Sounds like
Possibly. He doesn't play that much anymore, unfortunately. So he does have some workmates to still play. So I asked him where I could actually view that, if I could view it in VR, and he said, yeah. I gave me the name of the VR to look for, and of course it didn't pop up. So he's going to talk to a few of his guys to see if he can figure out how to find it. Let's do anything for that. Right. Yes.
So is everybody still getting the green lines around the ore still?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I mean, I'm streaming my screen so you can see it.
If this don't go through, I'm gonna just contact Load, see if he wants to do that factory, that medium factory build, rebuild on a large core. Same building, just large core. I don't know if he's gonna want to do that, but that's good.
I'm up to 1.5 kilometers now, too, for my containers.
Ah, cool. Okay. That helps out a lot, don't it?
Oh yeah, I'm just stealing stuff from other tiles around me, so it's screwing up my count now because I lost count. So
What do you-
count?
What do you mean the count?
like I try and match it with the scan results,
Oh,
and now I can't really do that because I've got stuff from other tiles. And
Oh, you'll never be able to do that, bud, because there's a skill that allows you to pick up 5% more, or up to 25% more in total if you max out one of your skills. So you get like 25% more or than what the scan actually represents. So you're basically never be able to get the count right.
oh, I got that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The skill is I actually put it in on mine when we did the reset. And is my industrial side, minor. Mining efficiency. Yeah, it's mining efficiency. I have it level 5. It grants you +5 or extracted per level. Actually, I got the 4, not 5. So yeah, it allows you to pull more of a percentage overall. So every cycle you do of a pull gives you a little bit extra than what you would have before per those skills. So, I mean, the scan just gives you a kind of an idea what's on the tile, and then your skills will play an effect on top of that, if you have that skill.
Really?
Yes, my child, what's up?
I wonder if there's a penalty for scanning a tile. Seems...
Yep, your big hopes and wishes of getting that super nod is gone.
No, because it seems like that every time that I do not scan a tile, I find some sort of a larger nod of some kind.
No. That would case no one would scan tiles.
Well, I'm just, maybe nobody knows about it. That's the reason why, that's why I'm asking.
Well, if that was the case, then all the tiles that sell in the auction house would be not selling. Because
There isn't any on the auction house that is selling right now.
well, that's because probably most of the super nods have been taken already. I mean, they've been out for a while.
Yeah, I suppose maybe.
I mean, most of Alios has been covered for the most part. Or maybe people are just getting bored of mining and they're just not mining as much as they did, and that's why the scans ain't showing up as much.
Maybe.
Oh, it looks like that landing pad is gonna get done.
Really?
I found a new land.
Yep.
Cool look.
Yeah, with all that bauxite.
Should be able to, yep.
Oh, you found bauxite? Nice, thank you.
Lots and lots of boxes. Well, I don't want, because it's not a super node, but it's, well, it may be a super node, but it's not a mega. I just,
I found a landing pad that you guys might be interested in too. It's actually kind of.
I like loaded landing pad.
No, this is a large landing pad, but it's actually nicer than loaded. It's really, I think it is a little bit.
It has much lower taste than the rest of us, so.
Oh, did you want to tell Siri about the giveaway idea?
No.
Oh, really?
Diesel Dog don't want anything to do with it now.
That's what I was looking at. That's actually a very nice landing pad.
Hang on, as I buy these photon microprocessors.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to tell Siri about it. Absolutely.
I mean, I like Lotus landing pad, but I like this just because it has a look to it.
How much are the landing pads going for?
Well, this one, the blueprint's for 30 mil.
For a
this one.
landing pad?
Well, it's a very, because the way they've done it. Loaded landing pad is just a landing pad. This one is set up with lights, so you have strobe lights and everything else on it that you can coordinate that will.
Oh, it actually has strobe lights on it?
Yeah, well, you have to set them up, but they are inputted into the blueprint. Yes,
Oh,
you have to turn them on, set the script for it. It says big enough for a parking lot to showcase multiple ships. Stairs for easy access to the platform. Lights for decoration. Could be set for blinkings. Highly detailed pad. He also has landing pad available as a DMR-free blueprint from the dispenser located on the platform. So basically, he'll give you a blueprint for 30 mil that you can change without having him reset the rights on it. So that I thought was kind of cool. It just looks like a cool landing pad myself, I thought.
I don't like it.
I mean,
It's alright.
What I like about it is it doesn't have a hole in the middle of it for smaller ships to fall through. Instead of having just a corner to land on, you have a whole pad to land on. So for like a very large ship, that would come in very nice. But that's just my opinion.
Anybody got an idea of how the races went down last night?
Nope.
No.
Races.
On DU.
Nope.
Oh, that building that Stuart linked is pretty cool.
Which one?
Evan Co.
Yeah, I looked at that one. That one is... It's nice, but the problem is getting around that building is a pain in the ass. Simply because the guy put what you don't see in the pictures is he has a walkway in the middle of the building so you can go up and down stairs. But you don't see it in the picture, and you put glass on both sides of it. So there's only one little way to get in there and one way to get out of there. Unless you know where it's at, you're running the glass all day. I spent 5 minutes trying to find the doorway into that hallway.
Could always take the glass out.
You could. But it's not a bad build, but it's not as big as it looks. There's a lot of wasted space in that core build there.
Yeah, 1,323 microprocessors cost me $60.5 million. Ugh.
I wouldn't mind Lotus industrial building, but I would like that on a large core myself. Just because I'd like to have more room for expansion.
Isn't his large factory on a large core?
No, his industrial factory and showroom.
The industry that I have is a medium core. I'm talking the one that we saw.
Yes, that's also a showroom, though. I wasn't looking for the showroom. The industrial factory is a lot different than the showroom. The industrial factory, if you look at it very carefully, it's meant to be a building facility, which means it has a hole in the middle where you can link all your stuff, makes it easier to move around. all that, the showroom is a lot more walking around to get places.
Yeah, I know. I tried to show you the showroom. You weren't interested.
No, I also went and looked at it last night, Kenzie. Sorry. I looked at it last night.
I tried to show it to you a week ago, and
It wasn't a week ago.
a few days ago, whatever it was.
It was the other day. It was yesterday.
It wasn't yesterday.
Well, the main point that you need to catch out of that is he did finally agree that you showed it to him.
I knew she showed me the building because I was there watching her do it. Problem is, I'm getting frustrated with buildings because everyone wants to build medium buildings. No one's really doing large buildings. In fact, it should be beautiful and big.
Are you just trying to compensate for something needing these large buildings?
No, that's what my ships are for.
But you keep crashing them.
No, I don't crash them. I elegantly land them.
Whatever. Elegantly landing.
Most every landing I have is elegant in one booming way or another.
Yeah, I did. I found a pretty good bauxite knot here, Sari.
Nice. Good. Awesome.
Great,
Right.
grand, wonderful.
Do you want me?
What's that?
Do you want me to start processing it down to ore, down to cubes or pure?
You don't have to. You can. The boxes that are up on top, the ones closer to El Diablo's box, it's turned sideways, but they're up on the roof. They're basically adjacent to it. You can put as well whatever you can get into that, and it'll do it automatically because it's already set. The things down below are already set to do it.
Okay.
They need the ore.
They're hungry. They need fed.
Although the access might be an issue because there's, queue's a little full at the moment. But there's plenty of boxes. There should be enough room, like even in, say, you temporarily using the honeycomb box or something to put some of it in. Because I'm not doing any honeycomb, obviously. Although I might have, if you look in it, there might actually be honeycomb. I don't know.
So a lot more new ships on here.
Where you at, DU creators?
Yeah. It's like between last night and today, there's like 20 new ships on here. I saw one thing though when I was running around the DVR last night. It was really freaking cool. Somebody made an old style Chevy pickup truck, flyable, and they made it out of all wood paneling. I was like, man, that's really cool. And they made an old I don't know what you want to call it. It didn't have look style to it, so you couldn't really tell what it was supposed to represent. But it was like an old, I don't want to call it a hatchback caddy, but almost like an old style Cadillac. Big bulky things. That was pretty cool. It had a lot of detail on it, but it was really cool. I think I showed you into the pickup truck.
I don't think so. I didn't see it.
I think I tried to show you and you weren't looking. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. But it was really cool.
I found the perfect thing for you last night on Utopia, Steve.
Oh boy.
And someone made a short bus.
I heard you said that last night. I hope you step on a Lego.
Oh, that's funny.
I really hope you step on a Lego. Somebody made a lifeboat. Wow. Okay. I'd be impressed if somebody actually made the Titanic. That's kind of cool. Flying Titanic. Kind of cool.
How about a replica of the Edmunds Fitzgerald for
That would be cool for a hauler. That would be
Yeah.
really cool for a hauler. Except the
think that'd
problem
be
is
pretty
it'd be very hard to make a broken ship.
Well, I didn't say like the one that's currently on the bottom of the freaking lake.
I know. I just he's a smart ass. Oh look, somebody made a fire engine too. What do you know? That is actually kind of cool. Somebody actually made a flying engine, or a flying engine, fire engine.
Cool.
Oh, this is totally for Dan, Bishop right here. It's a fire truck, but the idea behind it is supposed to be a rescue ship to transport scrap to people. 4 dispensers and 4 different types of scrap in it that people can buy, and you just kind of fly out to the location. Oh, this is totally his ship.
Scrap delivery. That actually is not a bad idea.
Here, I'll show you. This is really actually very cool looking. I don't know why, for as bland and stupid as it is, it's really kind of cool. I mean, they got the look of it right, so that's what's really cool about it. It's only, I mean, the blueprint is only 3 million. It carries 100 tons, which is, I mean, it's not a lot of scrap. It's enough to do what you're doing. Yeah.
How much does it hold again?
If I read it right, I read it wrong. Cargo lift 100 tons.
How much scrap do you need to carry with you? Jiminy Christmas.
Well, 100 tons not that much. Remember, I got just having 5,000 on me put me 5,000 plus whatever I had.
Why do you need 5,000 things of scrap?
Well,
Big ships.
yeah.
5,000?
Dude,
I've got
you apparently
4,500
don't
on me.
know. Yeah, my ship to build the repair from full blown to done is almost 15,000 scrap, and that's nickel scrap. So yeah, it does take quite a bit of scrap to actually repair ships.
Especially these extra large engines. Holy shit.
Yeah, they really take quite a bit to repair.
Is it even worth it flying it though? That's the thing.
Oh, it is very much so if they
very
actually
much.
got their stuff right with having hit points and everything else on them.
Problem is you need to know how to fly. That doesn't apply to a diesel dog.
You can be. Kenzie,
I didn't say what.
That's funny.
you are such.
You know, I have to honestly say, I think about every time he logs in, he crashes. I think that's the truth, ain't it?
No,
Yeah.
it is not. I've logged in many times without crashing. You can't log in one day without coming up with a brand new idea of what to do for the day. Keep losing your train of thought.
What? What are you talking about?
True.
No, it's not even remotely true.
Oh, it's very true. Every time you log in, it's a new idea of things to do. Your list of things to do never gets smaller; it just gets bigger. This is true.
No.
Every day you say, "I can't do that right now. I got so many things to do over here. I've got to get this done." But the list never gets smaller. The list keeps growing and growing.
Well, that's not true because the little time I've been here, his base has definitely expanded. So.
Okay. His base is expanded or got added to his cube. Because Kenzie built most of the padding down there.
I'm not talking about the landing pads. I'm talking about the Oh, the refiners and the cargo boxes, the
That's easy. Just
you
fly
know,
back,
stuff like that.
and go get some, bring it back. That's the simple part. Ew, God, that's ugly. Who in their right mind would fly that damn thing?
You?
Ew, no, not even me. Looks like a flying dildo, and I'm not lying.
That would imply he had a working life.
No, it looks like a flying butt plug. I'm not here. It's shikes. I mean, it concerns me. Who would build stuff like that? That just is very big. Wow, somebody's actually making X too. Now that's cool. So you got detail. Hey, it's the toaster on steroids. Literally.
I don't think I'd still want to, you know.
Your toaster was a very faithful ship. We'll give it that. It was very faithful. There's my baby ship I had for the longest time. Somebody made a Volkswagen van. Okay.
Someone needs to make the Griswold station wagon.
Oh, dear Lord, don't make a Chevy. It might fall apart in space. Build yourself a Ram, then it's just gonna, you know, I think the EGR's gonna go out on it while flying. You have to build yourself a Ford.
Yeah, that's what we should have gotten for a ship. Dan, we should have got Casey the motorhome from Spaceballs.
I'm still running through the gravity of what Steve mentioned. Like I'm not what.
What? Well, where did that come in for this?
I'm still kind of trying to figure out why that's the case. Why do you think that?
What? The mobile home?
It intrigues me. Just
Because that's the one that they used in the movie Spaceballs.
It does say it's from Space.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Duh! Oh my god, I slapped him. Oh,
Yeah, but you know, he's just shocked with that fact. I mean,
he's older than I am, and he doesn't know him. Like, I'm not much older, but older.
What does that have to do with anything?
what the?
Should be wisdom in your case, but it's lacking. Oh, was that kind of funny? I thought it was kind of funny too. Yes, indeed.
Oh, enlighten us with your wisdom, O mighty one.
Oh, I have so much wisdom to give you myself. Delta Mark, what? That's somebody else's ship. Wow, somebody took the design of our ship though. Holy cow. And different looking on the inside, but exact same idea. Don't carry near the weight. Yeah, see, there it is right there. That's the Vulcan baseball. That was what they have in game. Just awesomely cool. Oh wait, hang on. Oh no! Oh, there's someone built. Oh shit, Dan! You're gonna love this. Not gonna lie, somebody actually built the USS Voyager, and the interior is identical to it.
You know,
I mean, for
Yeah,
what it is.
we saw that the other day.
Oh, did you?
I'm pretty sure we did.
That is freaking
Yeah, that was
cool.
on
What is that? That's a.
We actually did the tour through.
Oh, it's only a medium core ship though. That's sad. That really should be a large core.
they have a large core Enterprise. I just saw it out there
Yeah,
on
But
Tokyo.
the Voyager is a very long ship. A large core would have done it better. I mean, just to give it size. It is kind of cool though. What are you laughing about now? Give it size? Is that what you're laughing about?
No, just nothing, nothing at all. I'm just going to keep my comments to myself right now.
That might be smart.
Well, you're getting a little arrogant there, aren't you? Just a little
No,
arrogant there, aren't
You
you?
always have something to say. It's a there is never a moment I can't open my mouth. You have something to say.
Well, first of all, you can't open your mouth for reasons that we discussed last night.
My mouth opens every single day perfectly. I get air and oxygen, and it breathes out bullshit.
Leaves in and out shit. That's for sure.
Yeah, that explains this. Now.
That explains it all right.
At least I'm honest. Now that's a cool looking ship. Destiny 3 EIV. Kind of cool. I really want to build my ship back up.
So build your ship, man. Use your creative ingenuity. Be creative and build your own.
Wow, somebody made tanker. Semi-tanker. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's called the Marge, I think.
No, it's called the American Truck. It's actual. You build it with tanker on it.
I think that's the one that Marquis Dragon flies around with. Maybe there's a different variant, but
They got a couple different semis in here, but that one's just kind of new. It's only worth. It only does 300 tons, which really ain't nothing, but it's more of a look ship. Still cool look. Now, see, I know a ship I'd like to build, but I just don't have the voxel initiative to do it. Like most of these people are very good with voxel. Me, if it ain't square, I can't do it. Just me. Oh, this is what we need to get. Oh, this is what we need to get, Casey, right here. The mining wheelchair.
what?
this is perfect. It's a mining wheelchair.
Where do you where?
Simple things entertain him. Just let him have it.
I know simple things.
No, it's called the mining wheelchair. It's 77 likes on it. And it's
Oh, I know
15 mil.
which one that is. That's the one that you take down in the mining hole with you.
Yeah.
That's actually something that's pretty.
Something nice.
That would actually be nice to have.
Yeah.
I know which one he's talking about now. It's called the wheelchair?
Yes, it's called, here, I'll link it. It's a mining wheelchair. It just made me think about Casey since he spends all his time in a hole. Dark hole.
Well, he's on a roll. He's just trying to cut everybody up today, isn't he?
Oh boy, am I. It's a Sunday. Be prepared. All my Monday through Saturday bullshit comes out. But we'll get that for Casey when he gets older. When he's fallen down a few supernaut holes and his back is giving out, we'll get that for him.
How much of this have I taken? Holy cow. Oh. The volume of bauxite must be different than hematite or
I just saw that and made me think of Casey. So, yes.
Smoke another one.
That's just a regular cough. What are you talking about? I will be having another one here in a minute, though. Now that's the ship. That's the one I saw a long time ago I really liked. It's no longer available. No blueprint prices, no filter prices. It's only $4. Somebody needs to make the ship off of Austin Powers to vacuum. Maybe vacuum. Kind of my ship. Yep. They got a lot more things on it now. Ships, I'll do a lot more. I wonder if the train's just updated what's up. Yeah, there's so much on here.
Did I get all this, or was there another tunnel I need to go through?
Well, there's your oracle. One of it compresses ore.
Hmm. Well, there's the bauxite we needed. Can't believe that's all I got out of it, though.
Yeah. How much does that?
What's that?
How much did you get?
118 kiloliters?
That's it. All right.
Yeah, I figured I would have received probably a couple hundred out of that, but apparently not. Yeah.
Well, I got my contract up for. I gotta have a haul from Jita, Moon 4 Caldari Navy Assembly Plant to Cat, Moon 7. So 15 jumps, 12 million reward. Collateral, though, it was like I had to 300 million collateral is what they need.
That's all safe space. Why don't you jump it? You're there.
I came there in the shuttle. I didn't come in my ship. And I'd rather someone else assume the risk because I'm not graded. Yeah. But let's just say my
Piloting skills were a bit lacking.
no, my Orca is just not appropriately fit for that yet, just yet.
You know, you seem to have a problem warping that Orca anywhere, because I've warped mine all over the place. Never been blown up at all.
Yeah, well, you seem to have someone around me when it happens. You log off, I get jumped, boom.
Well, maybe it's just you. Maybe it's not even me. I mean, there's many times that I've logged off and within like an hour of my log off, poof, you die for some reason. But it's never in the system we were just in. It's
No,
somewhere...
it was. I mean, that happened to Valor. We were mining in that belt in Valor, and I was just doing exactly what you were doing. You had just left, and the darn guy came out of nowhere, came into the system, came directly at me, and before I was even able to get away, I was dead.
Maybe he was coming after me, and maybe you just became the victim. I don't know.
And the second
But
time
you
it was
seem to die a
because,
lot.
second time it was because you were in Duratel, and all of the damn belts were stripped because of that other group we were dealing with, and so you were finishing the last belt that was worth anything, and you said I'll finish here, and I said okay, I'll move to Cat and I'll start in Cat, and you were gonna meet me there. I get in there, and no sooner than I'm there was a little guy there, and he happens to warp out, and I was like, that's strange, and I mentioned it to you, and you said, oh, don't worry about it. And I said, well, there's some flashing reds in the system. I think I'd better take off. No, don't worry, they're not going to bother you. And no sooner than that, I was starting to take off, and they warped into the system, and here it was AGB and his 25 different alts, and
That's not my fault. I mean,
I didn't blame
I've
you.
never
I
had a
just was
problem
like,
with
you
that
did
0.5
sit there. It's just like I should have warped out sooner.
you don't understand. I've been in 0.5s, and I never have a problem in 0.5. You jump in a 0.5, and it's poof, you're dead. Like you have a death wish in 0.5. Maybe.
Well,
just don't go
it seems
0.5.
like that you have a death wish in this game because you never can fly anywhere.
I fly perfectly fine. It's just when I have to fly with people like you. So I try to do ship suicide, see if I can't get you dead.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Try to get you to respawn somewhere other than next to me. It never works though. It's just me that dies. But I'm perfecting that though. Working very hard at that. Holy hell, it is 75 degrees outside. Beautiful day outside.
Beautiful outside.
The Hyperion IX. What kind of... That's not bling. Oh, it's a PvP ship too, that's why. You won. Good lord, this thing has enough weapons on it to fight an army.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a break for a minute. I'm going to get me a sandwich. I'll be back.
Yeah, maybe bring enough for everybody?
Sure.
Wise. myself a place to set it up. Go from there. And I got to buy myself my hangers. 4 hangers. Buy a couple of those. So this is a free blueprint located on Alioth. There. So I have to warp back. Back to Alioth. Can be done.
You say you're warping back to Alioth now?
I think I've been on Mattis since last night.
Oh, okay.
Well, I got off last night. So now I'm going to warp back and like buy his thing. And then I'm gonna have to get all the parts together. Oh yeah. I gotta find myself a place to put the stuff down there. I have to search long and hard for a very beautiful spot. Gosh, I don't want to hear your mouth right now. You behave. But simply. Destination at the same time. Sorry. Oh, I can't. I can't see anything. No, just stop. Seriously, shut up. Fine. Yeah, I'm not giving you attention. It's not mean you have.
Hey,
Play.
if you got something going on there with Tasha, would you mind kind of muting your mic there for a little bit, please? Draco, you still in here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, all right. Siri, you still in here too? Must have left. Do I need to go down or do I need to go up? So I was thinking about the what I need to put down on the bottom of my stream, and like have like a, I don't know, like a Siri was saying that I needed to have like a I have like a title on the bottom of my stream or something for VMI or whatnot. Kenny,
So if someone wanted to come visit, they could just have to look at the screen and
right, you know, trying to get an idea of how to go about doing it. It's probably something you can do in Photoshop, right? I would assume.
You do it on your stream for work, it's the same thing. That's what you were talking about.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I thought you were meaning like the graphics, like make a graphic.
No, you were talking about a little banner at the bottom that flashes by. It says, you know, you're recruiting, you know, This is our location. Come check us out.
Hmm.
Exact same thing.
That's not hard to do. I was thinking like going in like a Photoshop and making like a logo and everything. Put it on the bottom of the stream.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too hard either.
Yeah.
You would just make it a layered image and then just put it on top of the screen.
Right, yeah. I'll have to get some internet education. Check it out how to do it. Find one that's like really cool or whatnot. See what I can do. Sure, it wouldn't be too difficult. What is it, below me now?
Below me. Yeah.
This is a PG rated stream, okay?
All I said was below me.
There we be. You know, speaking of that, I don't even know if I haven't even checked the org if there is anybody in that's been trying to get in. I wouldn't think that there would be. I need to check that.
Oh, is there Does it not come up saying that people are
Well,
trying?
I would think that it would, but it doesn't look. I don't know. Nope, it doesn't show any pending applications. Well, that's messed up.
You gotta try harder.
Got to try harder. Got to work a little harder at it.
Show a little cleavage.
Show a little cleavage. You know, so I was talking to my wife the other day, and I guess Twitch has a new policy now on these. I don't know if it's new or whatnot, on these hot tub streams, I guess you would say. I made a comment to her. I'm like, and if I want views or I want people staring at me, all I have to have is boobs. And she's like, why do you say that for? And then I sit there and she's like, no, that's not true. Us women have to do that. And I'm like, okay, all right. Case in point, here it is. Click. Take a look at that. You tell me that's not the only reason why that young boys are going to that channel.
13-year-olds with their mom's credit card.
Yep, pretty much. Or the kids that have their own credit cards, or because there's a lot of kids that have actual type of a credit card type of a situation, I guess.
I would give my kid a credit card, but it had to be like a backed credit card to where I put money on it and they can spend it, but I can't go over the limit.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what they're called. They're not debit cards, but they actually do help build credit because they count as a credit
Green
card.
dot cards.
No, that's not it either.
That's the same thing you're talking about. You put money, you load money on it anywhere you can go, and it works just like a debit credit card.
Yeah, but
Or you can get
green
secured
dot,
credit cards.
I think it's a secure credit card
Hmm.
because you essentially pay the credit line to the bank at the start of it, and then that would be your credit line, and then you can spend that, and then you just pay it back later. So it counts as a credit card to help you create credit. But if the bank doesn't get that money back, then they just pull the credit card and then keep your initial deposit.
But would you have a problem with your 13-year-old son paying a subscription fee for one of these hot
Oh
tub?
yeah, God yeah. I mean that's I don't even think I really even needed to say that part, but
Yeah.
yeah, I would have a big problem with that.
So do you think we're thinking, is it because of our age, or is it because clearly other people don't see a problem with it, right? Because it's allowed, right?
It's allowed for now. I thought Twitch was trying to crack down on it.
Yeah, that and the body paint, I guess. I mean, they're not showing nipple or anything, but still. I don't know. It got my attention. I guess that's the pot calling the kettle black, right?
But are you paying?
No. I would never pay for something like that.
See, and I think that's the difference. Like, you can sit there and watch it because it's free, right?
Right.
Why would you like donate to do that?
I don't know.
Just to have your name like be read by the person? Does that get you off? I guess. I don't know. Because essentially you get like 5 seconds of like acknowledgement, and then they completely forget you for the rest of their life.
Yeah, that's another question. So if somebody subscribes, what does that? I guess a part of that money goes to the streamer or whoever's streaming, and then part of the money goes to the platform that it's being used on, right? So in this case, it'd either be Twitch or YouTube or whatever, right? That's how it works. Because
well, a channel membership would be kind of like a subscription in Twitch, but I think to get either one of them, you have to hit a certain matrix. So that's not really an option. Well, I don't know what your matrix are, but
well, I'm not saying for me. I'm just saying what is an advantage? What is the advantage of a viewer to have to pay a subscription? What is the advantages?
the only ones that I know of is maybe you get special content if the creator makes special content, so you get access to stuff that people can't see, and then special emotes and things like that, but that has to be all set up by the creator. So I mean, there are some perks, but I don't think it's enough. Well, and then also it depends on whether you really like the person. If you want to support the person, you want to see more content, you would pay them so that they could quit their day job, essentially, is what my idea is, so they can keep creating that content that you'd rather watch.
Right. Have you ever tried to take a look at what they actually have on Twitch? Like there was this one girl, which, you know, I don't really care if you smoke or not, but that's all she does is literally smoke a bong. Seriously, that's all she does is talk while she's smoking a bong. That is it. And of course, her cleavage is hanging all the way out. So the question is, I mean,
if that's what you're looking for, that's what you're looking for, I guess.
I'm like, really?
That definitely wouldn't be something I would be into.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I look at it differently than a lot of other people, I guess. I'm like, number one, why are you smoking the stuff on a stream? And another, but it's not illegal, right? In some states, it's not illegal. So
yeah, in some states, it's perfectly legal to smoke recreationally now.
Yep.
Still, certain professions, they don't care whether the state is allowed or not. They can still screw you federally. So
Yep.
But that's certain. So you got to watch out for that.
No, I was just looking around just to try to get ideas, you know, what I could do, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And I can't even believe this is allowed.
I mean, yeah. If I got caught by my my wife watching softcore porn, that's exactly what my excuse would be too, because I'm just researching.
That's messed up, dude.
Well, you don't consider that softcore porn?
I don't. Well,
At least he's honest about it.
I don't know if I consider it softcore porn. I do consider it. I don't consider it softcore porn. Softcore porn would be sex acts, just not showing the full sex act. You get what I mean? You see what I'm saying? I mean, it could be.
No, I need a class in it. Are you?
No, I'm not available in it.
This conversation just went PG-13. Don't you go through with my landing by making me laugh or something now. Slamming my brakes off and I'm coming in.
First of all, you don't have to be laughing at anything to crash and burn miserably.
No, them are called swan dives. Them are very beautifully, gracefully done. I don't need to crash and burn up in the atmosphere before I crash. usually I get into the atmosphere very good, and then I drop belly flop. Big difference. I think I'm gonna come up with the idea. I think I'm just gonna build my own crap instead of buying something. Just do it myself. Yeah, load everything up and figure out where I want to go, and getting massive lag trying to re-enter. Ridiculous. Sad. Like I'm getting like shoddy frame rate trying to re-enter.
I didn't make you spit all over your computer there.
It was.
I didn't realize you were taking a drink.
I was taking a drink, and I'm like, oh man. No, I didn't spit over everything. I'm okay. I'm good. That was pretty comical, though.
I don't know. I just think, though, I mean, it's easy money, though. I mean, I get why they're doing it.
But do you really think they're making a lot of money doing it? I mean, can you really make that much money off of Twitch?
They wouldn't spend their time doing it if they weren't making money.
Yeah, but that's not logical to say, because I do it. I'm not, you know, showing my giblets. But I do it. I'm doing it just to have fun. But you would have to say being in a bikini or whatnot at a poolside or in a blow up jacuzzi or something like that, I would have to say maybe, I guess, you know what I mean?
I mean, just because you're having fun doesn't mean that you don't want to get paid for it as well. Because if you were doing it for fun, you would just do it in the privacy of your own home without, you know, cameras and stuff.
True, but like for me, I could care less if I make a dime off of doing any streaming whatsoever.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say you're pretty successful outside of the game. So to say, because I'm thinking of the people who they can't find a job, you know, they just need to make some money, so they do it just to get by. And I guess that's kind of where I'm looking at it. So, I mean, they could still have fun with it, but at the end of the day, it's about money.
I do know that some people do make some sort of a living off of doing it. But
re-entry chaos is now almost undoable. I still belly flop even coming in at regulated speeds without the still belly flop. Like I just bounced off the ground, then I just crashed.
So you're saying you crashed again?
No, I bounced. I didn't crash. My boosters kicked in at 300 meters, but once you start coming into the atmosphere, it's like your engines are not even. I mean, your engines don't kick on until you're almost 1,000 meters off the ground. Like your Atmel engines are not kicking in like they should.
I think you can change that in the parameters.
Well, they should be. They have a warm up time, and for some reason that warm up time seems to be a delay now, because they're not kicking in at all. Like they didn't kick in until I was about 1,000 meters off the ground, and there's no way you can get a ship to fly 1,000 meters off the ground when you're in re-entry with no thrust.
You're coming in at a wrong angle.
There's no angle to come in at, except for where you have bookmark. You fly towards that angle.
No,
the problem is, as soon as you get in, it starts dropping. You start falling flat.
No, you have to have forward momentum. You can't be going.
Right. Well, here's the problem. You can't have forward momentum if you're only doing like 1,200 meters a second, that's the max you can come in before you burn up.
No, that's
Now,
not true. Like I said,
yeah, it is.
you have to come in at the right angle so that you not only have the forward momentum, but also so your wings or whatnot provide lift. If you come in too steep at an angle, of course you're going to stall because your engines aren't going to provide any thrust, and you're not going to be able to gain any lift to keep altitude. You're coming into what you would call too shallow, and that's the reason why you keep coming down so hard like you are.
I'm coming in like literally almost a whole SU away from my base, and I'm literally just trying to skim the atmosphere to float in, like I've done every other time. And as soon as I get in the atmosphere, it's like somebody dropped a freaking 10-ton anchor underneath my ship with a rope, and it's literally pulling it down. As soon as I get in the atmosphere, I don't know why. AGG is turned off. I turn the script off. All 9 years, it does the same thing. It literally drops out. It's like almost like my engines are not kicking in. Because I'm waiting for my engine to warm up. You have a warm up time between space and atmo, and it usually takes a few seconds for it to happen. But they didn't kick in until almost 1,000 meters off the ground, which is a long ways from re-entry.
Okay, so here's a question that I have, and I'm not trying to cut down the way you're flying your ship or anything, but the question I've got is when your space engines shut off.
They didn't shut off till I was in the atmosphere within 3,000 meters. Like I said, something is bugged somewhere because my engine should have kicked on when I was over 10 to when I was even 10,000 meters in the air, or 7,000 meters in the air. They didn't kick in until 1,000, or right around 1,000, 1,200 meters in the air.
That means you were coming in way too hot.
No, 12. I wasn't. No, I was not. I was coming in at like 1,000 meters, 1,100 meters. That's what I was coming in the entire time. I never let it get any faster than that.
What I meant by too hot. What I meant by too hot is your angle of attack was coming in too shallow on the planet.
What percentage do you look at when you're coming in? Like
I come in more like a plane does. I put my ass down a little bit, my nose up, and I let it coast in. That way, if I ever have to throttle out of it,
like 45, like 45 degrees, 33 degrees.
No, more like probably 35, 40. The reason for that is if I ever have to throttle out of it, like say for example, I'm coming in hot, I can rip my engines full bore and it just shoots me right back up.
So here's the way I fly. If you
I'm also empty, man.
No, right. No, and I get that. That's where that even makes my point even further, that you're coming in way too shallow. So
what I want to say is something changed, and I don't know what it is. Something with the way the physics in the game since they dropped this last patch. Something's changed. I don't know what.
Nothing's changed. It's the way you're operating.
No, my ship has never changed. My landing has never changed.
I warned you that. I said things had changed. I just couldn't nail down exactly what had changed since 0.23.
What I'm saying, though, is my ship flying has never changed since I got the ship. I come in the same way every time. Now, before the last few patches, I never had a problem coming in the same angle I came in every time and landing my ship. I mean, my AGG's not even catching that 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters.
Okay, so when you're flying your ship, are you using your are you using your red line when you're coming in?
No, there's no need to use my red lines.
Well,
all you need to do is make sure that you have very little speed and you are angled and you have enough to keep you going through the air and enough time that your engines have time to start up. But my engine should start up 1,000 or 1,100 meters off the ground.
Okay, but you're still not providing enough thrust all the way through that point. That's the reason why I say your angle of attack that you're coming into your planet, you're coming in way too shallow, and that's what's causing your problem.
Well, let me ask you this: how do you come in with speed if 1,200 meters is what burns you up in ammo?
Okay, so what you need to do is, first of all, you need to make sure that your plan of attack coming into the planet is not too steep. So, in other words, basically, when I come into the planet, I get into the planet basically about where, like, when I'm staging to come into the planet, before I even get into where it's showing that I've got some sort of atmosphere or anything like that, or before it even shows that my, what am I talking about, my altitude, whatever the altitude, I think it's 30,000 for Alioth. Okay, my plan of attack when I'm coming into that planet is not, I'm not aiming at the center point of the planet. I'm aiming basically at the top point of the planet.
Yeah, that's where my base is at, is on the other side of the planet. So I aim for the top every time.
I don't,
So I can skip in.
okay, but then once you get the elevation coming in, once you get the altitude, I increase my rate of attack to about 40 degrees.
That's what I fly at between about the 40 mark coming in as soon as I come out of warp. So I'm already at that angle every single time. There should be. So the problem is, it's not that I'm coming in at a bad angle. My angle is fine. It just feels like somebody's dropping an anchor underneath my boat, and it's literally pulling me down.
Maybe you need, instead of having all nothing but extra large engines, you probably need to put like a smaller engine on there so that it can give you some sort of thrust.
I've got thrust.
Well, no, you don't, because the thrust's not kicking in until you get too low to the ground. And by that time, you're already in a stall.
That's the problem, though. It should not be doing that. The game has never done that before. They've always kicked in at about 7,000 meters.
Well, the easy answer to that right now is it's doing it now. So you have to solve the problem now.
Well, what is it? A bug problem that they're going to fix? I want to learn I want to learn the bug and then fly by the bug and then fix the bug and all of a sudden.
I'm not having an issue with it. I mean, I'm doing just fine getting in and out.
You hardly ever fly. You fly once in a great group.
What? I've been to Alioth 3 times in the last 2 days. What are you talking about? I don't ever fly.
You fly about as
Kinsey
much as I
Siri does it every day. She's flown back what 3 times from Ion? Twice? So it's not because it's flying. It's because the person that is flying the ship is not flying the ship correctly.
Well, I don't know, because I haven't changed anything up from the time I had problems before, and now I still think that something got glitched somewhere, and that's causing the problem, because I shouldn't be stalling as I'm coming in at 1,200 meters a second. If I'm going 1,200 meters a second, there should be absolutely zero stall.
If you're coming, yes, it does, because if you're pointed down at the ground and you're coming in at 1,200 miles,
because I still have momentum. Momentum is in whatever direction you're going. If you're going backwards, forward, sideways, you still have momentum. You're still moving in a direction. Momentum is not based on your pitch. Momentum is a forward motion, and that's it. It doesn't matter which way you're angled. It's motion forward. That's momentum.
And this is the same person who wants to get an even larger ship, and he can't even fly the one that he has.
I flew on this no problem half a dozen times before.
Doesn't matter. It is what it is right now, right? It is right now. So you have to figure it out. What's causing the problem now?
What changed? Why? What changed to make
Nothing.
the dynamics of flying the ship different?
Nothing.
Well, you say nothing, but apparently something's changed.
Nothing changed.
All right. Well, let's see you fly the ship then. I'll jump out of this. You take this up. You fly. Then you tell me why in the heck it drops out from underneath you when you're in Atmo.
All right. Sounds good. Bring it here. Let's do it.
You can come over here, bring it up, take it up, and bring it back down. I just flew out from there.
I'm waiting for you.
Bring your ship out. Come on.
I'm not going to waste my time to come over and prove something that I already know is the issue.
We're trying to a point that doesn't exist, though. We don't know if it's a bug. We don't know if it's just something they've changed mechanically in the game. They don't post half the stuff they change, so it's a guessing game.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out why it is when I come into Atmo, I lose all momentum and I start falling.
I'm trying to figure out why you're in a ship that you shouldn't be flying, because you don't know how.
You know, I can say a lot of things that you on things you do, but the problem is I've had the ship long enough. I know how to fly it.
Apparently you don't,
The problem
because you keep crashing. You've crashed 3 times in the last 2 days, so you got to figure out what's up.
So my boosters kicked in. I bounced. I didn't crash. No damage. 0.
Okay.
So I don't count for a crash.
Okay.
I still don't understand why I'm losing all momentum as soon as I get back in the atmosphere. It's like I'm hitting a rubber band. It's like, hello, stop. That's what it's doing.
I just explained to you. You're coming in way too shallow. You need to come in at much less of an aggressive angle, and that's going to fix your problem.
Okay, so why is it if I have 1,200 meters per second of momentum, I should still have momentum when I come in the atmosphere? I shouldn't just stop midair and drop. I still have momentum.
You're not coming in the midair and just dropping. what's going
That's
on.
what it's doing. Oh, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's doing. As soon as I get in to the Atmo, it's literally my ship is falling straight down. I'm not trying to tell you that it's coming in and drifting down. I'm telling you it's coming in and it's dropping. Like somebody pulled an anchor out and dropped it underneath the bottom of my ship. And it's literally pulling me straight down. That's what it's been doing. Like I said, if you would listen to what I'm telling you, it's what it's doing and what it used to not do. I'm trying to figure out why it's just dropping out from underneath me. It's like somebody kicked my leg out from underneath me and I'm literally dropping to the ground. I don't know why. I've done it with AGG on and off. And it's doing the same thing. I've done it with multiple different
Did you
speeds.
did you look
Every
at your
planet.
flight? Did you look at your flight characteristics?
Everything's great. There's no issues
That's
with it.
not that's not the question I asked you. I said, did you look at your flight characteristics?
There's nothing showing that anything is wrong. What characteristics am I looking for? If it's all gray, blue gray, it means everything's good. Everything's within parameters.
That is not how that works.
That is not how that works.
Well, nothing's been changed. I haven't added anything to the ship. I haven't changed
Your
anything on the
ship
ship.
has to meet certain criteria for it to even get on and off planets.
Okay, well, the same ship's been tested by another builder who built a ship months ago. Is the same ship? I haven't changed it.
All right, so here,
So I don't know why it feels like somebody's dropping an anchor underneath the ship and it's literally just dropping straight down, and I haven't figured out why. And it's annoying to me because it wasn't doing this last time I flew the ship before I left the game for a couple months. And if it's only happening to me, then there's an issue going on.
well, that's not entirely true, and you have to be honest with yourself here because you crashed the ship multiple times before you left the game. That was one of the reasons why you left the game.
Because they had a lot of issues with the AGG. But you will never admit that.
Again, Diesel Dog, Bub, look, I'm not trying to bust your balls here. I'm just trying to get you to understand. You had problems with that ship. You had that ship prior to you leaving the game for a short period of time, and you had issues with it.
I had a greater time than that, and before all the patches and stuff came out, there was no issues with it. As soon as all the patching started coming out, is when all the problems started happening.
Then get yourself a new ship. Just seriously,
right? Just get
unload that one. Get a new ship that was built recently, and then try it out. If you're having the same problem,
I also think a lot of it's scripting. I think a lot of it is the changes in the game. The scripting ain't keeping up with the changes, but most every ship you have has a script installed, one way or the other. That's how people build ships now. They build them with scripts. I think the problem is a lot of it is the scripting themselves, as far as because the devs will always make changes to the game as they see fit, but they don't always have to release what they're changing, be it physics, dynamics, or whatever. And they're not always going to tell us what they changed. Well, if they've changed something and no one learns about it until all the problems happen, how you fix it? Well, you know how to fix. You don't really know what to fix. You just keep toying with it till you get the problem fixed, whatever that problem would be. I think there's more to it, though, than just pilot error, because I've been coming in the same angles from day one, and I've never had this many drops. I've never had the ship just fall out from underneath me. It's almost like, okay, so let's say your ship crashes, it bounces up in the air, and you have to go retrieve your ship. And as soon as you get on your ship, it starts dropping. That is what it's doing. It's almost like you're like somebody's flying next to a stopped ship in the air, and just flat drops out.
That's the reason why I say you need to look at your flight characteristics to make sure that your wings that are in your ship are getting the lift that they're required to be getting the lift, because that's the only way. That's the only reason why. That's the only way you're going to be able to lift off the ground. If you don't have lift when you're moving,
I can fly off the ground all day long, so coming in should be less of an issue. I can lift and off the ground with no problem.
Okay, then it is 100% pilot error.
He might just rely too much on the engines to get him up there, and doesn't even.
I didn't have my engines turned on. I had them at 5% coming in, and I just throttled my brakes.
Well, it's one thing to get off. It's another to get back on the planet.
Right, but
you're using two different strategies.
Right, but my whole thing with coming in is I come in nice and easy, so I'm not burning up in the atmosphere. So I come in at about 1,100, 1,200 meters per second, and I throttle the brakes on and off the entire time from where the warp point stops me, because I let the gravity pull me in.
Basically, the way I work it is I come in at an angle where basically my space engines are still operating about at the same time that my atmospheric engines are kicking on.
Now, at what height does that happen?
It's about 3,500 meters on
See, mine
Alioth.
never-
Well, that means that that means you're not giving yourself enough time for those engines to kick on. So that means your rate of attack is too
so
high.
If my throttles is turned on at 10 or 15% the entire time I'm throttling my brakes, my engine's turned on, they should turn on at 30,000 kilometers.
Not 30,000, 3,500, 3,000, right around there.
Okay, well, at whatever height, they should have kicked on when they should have kicked on because I had the button turned on for them. I rolled my mouth.
Well, that's why I'm saying you're coming in, just because you're coming in at 1,200 meters a second, that the angle of attack changes a lot of that. So if you're coming in at 1,200 and you're more pointing down at the ground,
On and I turn it off, it's going to be on or off. There's no maybe it didn't get turned off when you turned it on. That's what I'm saying is the engine did not kick in.
it's because it's because you did not give them enough time.
I had them turned on the entire time coming in at 10%. I never turn my engines off when I come.
Like I'm going to say this again. Don't speak until you let it process. You are coming in at an angle that is too sharp of an angle, which means you're going to be hitting the ground sooner. If you open that angle up, raise it up, so that you're coming in at a much slow, you're still going at 1,200 meters a second, but the angle of attack is not as severe. That's going to give your engines enough time to kick on so it actually provides you thrust, and you're also going to be able to maintain your lift whenever you get into atmosphere. Your angle of attack is too sharp. You've got to bring your angle of attack much more at an elevated level, and you're coming in at the planet way too directed towards the ground. You've got to shallow that out. And that's your issue. That's 100% your issue. And you want to argue because you think you know everything that you're doing, and you don't.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying what it's doing. It's literally dropping out from underneath me. That is a big difference from not coming in shallow enough or too shallow.
Okay, you just said...
If I put a rope on your ankles and drop you in the water and throw the ankle in the water, it don't matter if you swim forward, backwards, left, or right. That anchor is going to drop your ass to the ground. There's
not an anchor. The only anchor is you coming in way too steep. You gotta raise up the elevation. You got to make sure that you're coming in at the right angle towards the planet. You just can't point straight at where you're going to land at, and then you're going to just land.
I come in way early from my points so I can cover in at 3,000, and I drop down to 2,000, I drop down to 1,000. About 2 to 1,000 mark is when I will sit there and fly straight. I turn the AGG on.
Okay, so here's a deal. Here's the deal. I will fly out to Alioth, and I will use your ship. But here's the deal. If I prove my point, I keep your ship.
Oh, you're so full of shit.
If you think that there's something really wrong,
to do that.
If you do this, I let me know because I want to go with you.
No, what I think is funny is he wants to sit there and say, "Well, if I manage to do this, I keep your ship." Well, yeah, it took how long has it took you since we got off of Sanctuary for you to actually go out and buy an actual ship to use? It's taken you 6+ months to go out and actually buy a ship.
That doesn't matter a damn
for how
thing.
long have you been just flying around in that
see
ship?
That doesn't matter a damn thing to me. I want to see this.
No, my point is he's
so
on the same ship for many months that he rebuilt on Alien or on Sanctuary, and then he finally just now started getting into buying a ship and actually using something that somebody else built aside from himself.
I've had my ship for quite some time now, and I have crashed. I'm not blaming it on the game because it's been my fault. But here's my ship. I got a ship here, dude.
I'm proud of you.
And if you want me to come out, I'll gladly come out.
I'm just trying to figure out why I'm dropping out. Yeah, I'm
And I'm trying to explain to you why that is, and you don't want to listen. So It's going to take
But
something severe.
you keep saying I'm coming in at the wrong angle. I'm coming in like I'm playing with land, and that's how I've always done it. It feels like a natural landing, and that's how I do it. I've never had issues with that type of landing. But as of late, the last couple times I've tried coming in, and for any planet that doesn't have that has no gravity is fine. Helios is the one with the heavy gravity, so it's always going to be a little different. But it seems like as soon as I start coming in, it feels like as soon as I get to about 6,000 meters, I'm just watching my numbers drop, and my ship is literally just falling straight down. All momentum just stops, even with the engines on. It's like it just falls. And I have not been able to figure out why it's just falling. I have momentum coming in.
Okay,
Even
so
with my numbers turned on,
here's what you need to do. Here's what you need to do. Go out, take your ship into space. Get into space, find a location in space. And then I want you to live stream it on Discord, so I can see exactly what you got going on. And I'll tell you, and I will tell you what you're doing wrong. I know exactly what's going on.
See, get back in my ship. Got enough fuel. 16%. Yeah, I got it.
Make sure you have fuel. Make sure you have everything that you need.
Got it.
Make sure you got scrap.
Make sure you have scrap just in case. Make sure your resnod. Make sure your resnod is as active the way it needs to be.
I've got 2 resonauts. I got that and Duper. Duper's my
He's got Duber on speed dial.
all I do. Resonauts is active. For some reason, it was turned off again. Why? It's turned off now.
Okay, now are you going to be doing this with a script or without a script? I need to know that first too.
I'll just fly it the way it is normally, which is with, and I just locked up. With the script, as normal, all settings.
Okay, are you currently sharing that on Discord?
I'm getting ready to turn it on right now. Okay.
Okay, I see it now.
What script is this again? Is this the one?
It's the same one that every ship out here has.
That is not true. We need to know what script it is. So hold on a minute. So down. Will you be quiet for a moment? I can read it on your screen.
Okay, I know you can read it.
So then just zip it. Okay. Now, if you hit Alt F6 or Alt 6, that's going to take you up. It's going to turn on your script.
Yeah, but I fly out normally though, so why am I going to change that up? I'm doing the same thing I do every day. I'm showing you what I do every single time I go up. I'm not going to change that routine because then it changes the outcome of what's happening.
That is true. Just let him do what he does, and then see what's wrong.
I don't think because he doesn't have something set up. I don't even know if he's going to be able to get out of the planet the way he's set up right now. Because the script kind of restricts you from getting enough altitude unless you set a destination on the outside of the planet.
Which I think should never have been on the script because that kind of limits you. You either run with a setting or you run without a setting. Most people just like to fly up and fly around the atmosphere and back in. But
that's the reason why I mentioned you need to do the Alt 6 because that will take you up to an elevated level. You can set it up to 35, 45, 5,500 meters, and then
right, but then you're relying on the script for all your flying. I like to be able to fly without the script sometimes too. Remember when you told me before I used to always rely on a script to fly that you couldn't fly without a script? All my flying's been without a script. The only thing I use anymore is the AGG to float.
Yeah, but you're trying to manually fly while having a script running, which is a lot harder.
Right. So he's at 6,300 meters, so it looks like that he's going to get out of the atmosphere okay. Okay, I can't read. What is the angle of attack that you're coming out of the atmosphere at? Is that
About 40.
40? Okay.
Between 40 and 45.
Okay, so you're going to go to an altitude of probably about a 30, probably be up near 30,000.
Now I'm going to go all the way up out of the atmosphere and slam on the brakes and spin around and come back in normally. I always do. Like I said, I'm not going to change my routine coming out or in. Make it where I lose all gravity. I'm going to go right into space. Show you how I come in. Now, the only difference is I will set my destination to my base. So I have a point of entry to know where I want to go. So I have to fly all the way around the planet again. And now, I had to correct a girl.
Okay, now what I want you to hit is your X button. Hit it 3 times. Okay,
I don't know
now.
why I never use that.
Okay, well, that's one of your reasons why. So leave it on.
All it tells you is where you're going to land.
No, it does. Well, it does, but it also gives you other information at the same time. This is how you know you're going to come in too shallow.
Go a little farther out.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you
right.
need to go further out. Because you have to make sure that you not because you still have elevation. You want to make sure that you've got, like, when you're coming in down through space, you got to make sure you're coming in at the planet at the correct angle at the same time.
And I even do the pitch roll when I come in, depending on where I'm going on the planet. Most people do that.
Then when you feel comfortable, let's go ahead and turn the ship around, and then let's start. Explain to me how you would come into the planet.
Show you how to do it.
Yeah, but like talk the process. Like what's going through your mind?
Right.
I have to go through my mind. Just focus on not crashing. That's kind of hard to say.
Okay. Now your purple line. Whenever your purple line should go over the top of your destination first and foremost. Because, yeah, no, I see.
It's because he Tokyo drifted.
Yes. I did. It was a beautiful Tokyo drift.
Because in essence, what you want to do is you want to use the planet's gravity to pull you down into it, but yet you're trying to fight against the planet's gravity at the same time. All right,
that is why I throttle my brakes back and forth. I leave myself going at about a certain speed.
Okay, so so let's get your speed going, and You want to bring, the way you're coming in right now, it's too shallow. You need to bring your nose up.
I haven't started coming in.
I-
Stop it.
Okay. All right. So bring it.
Long way to go
No.
before I even get-
Okay. So here's the deal. That you've got to start planning right now, though. So bring your nose up. Bring it up.
I use that.
Bring it up. 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 Right
Yeah, you
about.
want that red line to go
Okay.
right
Now,
on that dot.
no, not necessarily. So what you want to do is you want to get speed. So get your speed up now.
The problem is, though, you want me to show you how I come in. Now I'm doing what you do.
Well, I'm just going to make things easier. I'm just going to show you how to come in because
I
you'll
know
learn.
how to come in. I've done it half the times. That's what I'm saying. I usually don't crash this many times. Usually only after a patch is when it happens.
Okay, you see where that red line is at? And you're still
Yeah,
going 500?
red line.
Bring it up to 1200. Tell me where you're going to be at.
At 1200, let's get in there. I'm not going to burn all the fuel to do it.
Well, you either do it the way I suggest you do it, or you're not going to learn anything. That's the problem. I keep
telling thrust to a planet. You let the gravity pull you in.
No, you don't let gravity just pull you in. It's a combination of using your thrusters and gravity at the same time, and the momentum that you got coming into the planet. If you let gravity pull you in, it's going to have you, and you're not going to be able to get out of it. And that's why you're going to bounce off the ground.
That's also why the red line is adjusting.
You want to see, you lowered the nose of your ship again. Bring your nose of the ship.
No, I didn't. I moved. My camera's not locked. That's why.
Okay.
My nose is the same point.
Bring the nose of your ship up. Now you see where that red line is? Not too. Now you went too much. You bring it down just a bit. Okay. Now you see where that line is?
Yeah.
See where the red line is? You basically want that red line, whenever you start getting towards the planet, you want it to basically arch over the top of your square.
Yes, that's where you're going to land. Theory, that's the game. That's the script calculating where you're going to land at.
That is not the script calculating anything. That is actually the game.
That's the game, not the script. That's basically the
That's
game
your
telling
orbit.
you yeah, that's going to tell you where you're going to land.
No, that's your orbit.
It's the start of your orbit, or basically how the arc of your ship, where it's going to end up. Okay.
Yeah.
Why you got your braking gauge right now? You're nowhere near.
Because bigger ships. See, this is the thing with flying small core and medium core. Is medium cores take a lot longer to slow down than a small core. We can gain speed really fast, but to slow us down takes a lot more braking than it does a small core ship. We have a lot more weight. This ship alone is over almost 2 tons or 2
You should have
kilotons
enough.
of weight.
You should have enough brakes to compensate for that. I would think.
Yes, there is enough brakes to compensate for it, but it's not. They're not instant. The brakes used to be instant. Then they changed the braking force. Did it a while back, and now you actually have to work with your brakes to slow down.
Hmm.
So you want him to stay at 12 then?
Well, I
So
mean,
12 is the re-entry where you don't burn. If you come in any faster than 12, you usually burn up. That's the idea.
okay, rotate your ship to the right a little bit. No, I said that to me. That's the left.
Your other right.
Yeah, the other right.
That's my left.
Okay. Now turns the nose of your ship towards where you're going.
Here.
Not rotating it. Push. Okay. Now rotate it. Corkscrew it to the right.
Well, I don't see the thing.
There you
I
go.
don't cork. Now I'm coming in crooked.
You can't push the D button and bring the nose of your ship.
Yes, I can. That brings me left to right.
Okay,
This is a
so
roll.
so go to the D again. Okay. I'll bring the nose of your ship up. And give you a little bit more power.
40% is going to keep me maxed. As soon as I hit ammo, it's going to be maxed over. 35% on these engines are about 1050.
I can't read how far are you up from the planet right now?
87 kilometers.
Okay. And you still have what is that, 4G?
4G, what? Yeah. See, if you watch my braking, my speed right now while I'm braking, you can tell that even with some gravity, it still takes a bit to slow the ship down.
Well, yeah, it's going to, and I understand that, but you got to be, like I said, you've got to be going. Basically, right now, the way the ship is looking, this means that basically it looks like you're going to fly over the top of the planet, and you're not, because gravity is going to slowly pull you down into it.
Right.
And that's where your angle of attack is going to. That's where you're coming. Like what I mentioned, you're coming in too shallow. You got to be. You're going to come into this planet where basically it's going to look like you're going to try to overshoot the top of it, and you may overshoot your landing site. But for you, that's what you have to do. For me, that's how I do it. So you're coming in. You're still at 70, 73. Is that 73, 70, something like that?
Yeah, 73.
72. I do it a little bit different than you guys do.
I know you do, but you keep crashing.
No, I haven't actually done this one last couple times. I call my safety barrier.
If you've done this in the last couple of times, then why am I having the conversation?
I have not done this. I have not used the AGG to actually catch my drift. Well, I do this at about 3,000 to 4,000 meters kilometers in the air. As I'm coming in, it will give me an ability to drop and come back up. It will hold me at 4,000 if I'm not coming in too fast.
So do you turn on your AGG every time?
The last couple times I haven't, because I couldn't figure out if the drop was because of the AGG or if it was because of me. So I haven't been using it the last couple times. So this is the first time I've used it. Pretty much since I got back in game. As far as dropping in with it, I'm gonna see if it still does what I want it to do. In theory, it's still supposed to work.
So in order to find a problem, you have to keep the variables the same each and every time. And every time you're changing the variables. So I don't know what's causing the problem. My idea of it is you're coming in way too shallow. But now we've got something, the AGG, that's going to be throwing another wrench into the system.
That actually catches you from falling. If I would just straight drop, like with little speed, that's supposed to catch you from falling. That's the idea. I use it as like a net, because the AGG will kick in 500 above or 500 below, whatever I have it set at.
Okay.
And it will help slow me down from dropping. Usually you use it when you have weight. Or at least I do.
So now we're at 51,000. Is that correct?
Yep. Actually, I could probably come in a little bit quicker than what I am, just to come in. But as soon as that gravity starts kicking in, it's going to go a lot quicker anyways.
What can you safely enter in the atmosphere at?
Oh, we've always used 1,200 from day one.
Well, I thought your ship is different, right? Because you told me that you can do what, faster than that?
I can go faster in atmosphere, but coming in to atmosphere is different. Like if I'm at 3,000 meters, I can fly faster at 3,000 meters than I can at 1,000 meters. You should know this. Smaller ships go, it's like the higher you are in the air, the less fuel you less resistance.
I'm aware of that, but you're telling me that you can physically go faster coming out of the atmosphere than what you can coming in?
Yeah, I can. I don't know why, if that's just physics of the game or not. I can go out nice as fast as heck. But coming in, I have to come in easy. I can't just fly in like a bat out of hell.
I don't know. Maybe you have to come in with the AGG on.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. But see, I've been trying to do it without the AGG because everyone says, "Oh, you rely on the AGG too much." Well, let's try without the AGG, see how it works. And that's what I've been trying to do, and I think that's what's causing me to
see
crash.
something doesn't. It doesn't seem like that you have nearly enough amount of brakes, but I don't know if that's the case or not because you still have your thrusters on. You still have your engines on, right? 40.
Yeah, 40%.
Okay, and you don't shut them off whenever you're coming into the atmosphere,
No, because
right?
that allows my engine to warm up.
Right. That's exactly my point.
Off, yeah, if I turn them off and then turn them back on, my restart starts over on my Atmos. So as soon as the space engines kick off, at that point my Atmos will kick in or start their warm up. There won't be any delay.
So you're at 20,000 now.
Yep.
See, this is how I come in, and I don't ever have any issues.
This is normally how I come in, but I've been doing this last time without AGG. Everyone says, "Well, AGG is what's screwing me up."
What do you mean this is how you normally come in?
I come in with AGG set, and I come in at an angle. That way I can float into the planet like a feather, and then the AGG holds me at whatever I have it set at. And then I just let it drop down from there with AGG.
See, from what I'm looking at right now, you're going to come in and you're going to be just fine without using AGG.
AGG is just a hole in case.
Turn your camera to the side of your ship. Yeah, you're still. It looks still just a little shallow, but I think you're going to be fine.
That's where the AGG kicks in at. Just simple. And why am I auto braking? Why is this auto braking?
Because that's a script. Turn on your thrusters. Yeah, you've got to get some smaller thrusters on there so your warm up time. Don't pull up. You're going to stall if you pull up.
Now I'm trying to get the engine to hit the ground. There we go.
Yeah, that's what you've got to either focus on a skill for your engine warm up time, or you
see, my engine warm up time hasn't changed though, as far as I know, unless they changed them. Unless the developers changed the engine warm up times on these. I've had the same engines the ship was originally built with.
Yeah, I would. That
makes no sense.
Well, go into your skill. We can find this now. Go into your skills, and find out what your engine warm up times are.
All right. Piloting. Apple engine pilot.
That's optimization. So yeah, that should be.
Yeah, it's almost maxed out. The only one I don't have maxed out yet is this one. So I'm getting full effect of the atmosphere on my engine at the moment without this leveled up.
You're not getting any effect on your. You're not getting. Yeah, that's definitely needs to be. You definitely need to skill that. That'll help.
Yeah, that's working on that.
So what? Okay, so here. Okay, so the issue that you're faced with is because you're using extra large engines. Your warm up time to get those things to fire up is what's killing you at the moment.
I'm not using extra larges. I'm using the largest.
Right. So if it's a large, your warm-up time on a large is, well, is it military? What kind of motors are they?
These are just basic engines.
Okay, so they're not the military engines that have the less warm-up time. You've got the maximum, you have the maximum warm-up time on those motors.
Which, like I said though before, I've never had an issue with them warming up there.
Well, then it's probably, then something's going on. Then they changed something with the motors, then if that's the case.
Well, I know they changed them. At one point, they changed them.
Yeah, that's the reason why you're using basic atmosphere. Your warm-up time on those basic atmospheres are, what is the warm-up time? Well, we can just look it up through the...
On the market, yeah.
Basic atmosphere larges.
Right now. It's like 30 seconds, I thought.
See, it says a basic atmospheric engine large warm-up time is 8 seconds. Something's not right there.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you right now, 8 seconds, that's longer than 8 seconds we were dropping in if they didn't kick in.
No, I know, but that's what it's saying here is 8 seconds. I don't think that's right.
I still think they may have changed somewhere and they just ain't saying anything about it, and somebody's dealing with it, like myself, maybe somebody else, who knows?
Maybe.
Or maybe that's why. Maybe this is why everyone's moving over to military engines. All the new ship builds are with military engines.
Well, the military, if you go with your large military engines,
the military, the thing with the military is, the reason I don't like them per se is if you do a lot of planet flying, they really guzzle fuel like no tomorrow.
well, but the problem is they produce much more thrust.
Well, they do if you're hauling, but if you're just flying, they're pretty much, they just kill you.
It doesn't matter. They're still producing more thrust.
But if you're on the planet flying from, say, your base to your market, you don't need all that thrust. You're just floating like AGG at 10%, let the ship fly.
The issue is it's still producing more thrust. More thrust is going to stop you from falling all the way down to the ground. It's going to be able to propel you forward. Thrust is everything.
If you're talking about coming in space or something, but I'm talking about you just go from your base to your market. You don't need all that speed.
It's not it's speed. Thrust isn't necessarily speed.
Hang on. We found a mountain. Somebody put a mountain in our way. Since you're talking to you, and here comes a mountain. Where the hell did that mountain come from? It's terrible. Did not see that, Dan. Not see that. Speak of that.
Yeah, your atmospheric effect is going to have a tremendous impact on what you're going to be able to do.
See, and what kills me though is I've had that change once before.
What about, okay, so go land and then tell me what your tell me what the atmospheric effect that you have on your ailerons and your wings. Have you trained any of that?
Yeah, that's all trained. Or in the process. Yeah. Something right there.
It also says you have 4 modules that are damaged. I wonder which ones they are.
Well, I just ran into a mountain. Did you miss that?
Yeah, I did.
Sitting and talking to you. Yeah, okay. I was flying straight, and I didn't pull up on my S key. I was talking to you, and I literally flew to
this is a prime example. If anybody is watching this is a prime example of you need to take your time and work your way into bigger and larger ships. You just can't get into a large ship because you got to know the flight characteristics of that ship. This is a perfect example of that.
This is not that. I've been in the game longer than I've flying the ship.
And he's just now getting into doing what he needs to do. And even right now, he's struggling at flying this ship.
We've also had skill resets and everything else, and they've rejected points from us, pulled points, put points back in, changed skills around. Come on, let's be honest. They've made a lot of changes since we joined, and you're not putting any of that into what you're saying. You're just saying, well, it's the ship and the pilot. You're not putting anything into what NQ has done to the game differently.
Okay, but NQ changed it, and if it's too much of a ship for you to handle, then you shouldn't be flying it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to sit there and say, do I think that you're really ready for this ship? No, I don't. Not even by the remote standard of it. I don't think so.
I've had the same ship for God knows how long. I've had less problems with it than I've had more problems. Problems I get though come into when things in the game change, and most every ship is flown with scripts because they allow Lua coding. So if you're
Okay,
going to allow Lua
so
coding,
what?
then
Okay,
when
so
they
here's a question that I have. If it's such a prevalent problem, then why is not a lot of other people having the same issue? It's always you.
I couldn't tell you why. Why do a lot of people in games get hacked? And I've never been hacked, even with the basics of codes or passwords. But everyone else that has these 32-digit codes managed to get hacked. With me, I can do it with an 8-digit code all day long. For the last 10 years, I've never had my shit hacked. You tell me. Maybe I'm just lucky. Who knows? I mean, it could be a variable of anything. Any variables.
What? Hold on a minute. I just know. What do you have on the side of your ship?
What do you mean, what outside my ship? What?
Why do you have
Scanner.
a scanner on the side of your ship?
That's
Is that all? Is that impeding your lift? Is that
No.
that's in front of your wing?
No, it's not.
Draco, does that look like that's in front of his wing?
That is not my lift wing. That's my lift wing. The large ones right here. These are look wings. Them down there are for looks. The ones up there work. These work flawlessly. The ones in the front down here work flawlessly. And the ones that are built in here are basically looks, and they
Okay,
work
so you do understand.
Go back to where he's got the scanner.
there. Yeah. It's slightly in front of the wing, but it's been there for, I've had it there for God knows how long.
Okay, do me.
That's gonna cause problems.
Yeah.
I've floated it like that for a long time though.
Hit B on that. Okay, now go up to the top where you've got your flight characteristics up in the build helper. Not that one. It's going to be the lift. I think it's that one right there.
No. Tasha, stop for a minute.
Yep, that's it. Okay, so what does it say on your lift? I can't see it.
Well, I'm looking for.
You've got high altitude lift and you got low altitude.
Yeah, I've got 43.7 mm on airfoils, 4.5 N on atmospheric engines. Says stational speed 105 meters per second, which that's not correct because I carry more speed than that. Cross section. Let's see, airfoils. I don't have anymore. I don't have anymore. Well, you know. Okay. Well, anyways, yeah, I've got plenty of.
What is your low altitude lift?
54.4 mm.
No, open it up.
It's actually more than my high altitude.
It's supposed to be more than your high.
Good. Yeah. It's right there.
Huh.
I thought when you open these up, it gave you another more to look at for some reason.
If I were you, I would seriously reconsider changing up where that scanner's at, or taking it off when you're flying.
I just have always stuck it there. I've never realized a problem with myself, but maybe there's a problem. I don't know. I've never.
I don't know. That may not be the problem. I honestly, I think a lot of it is you don't have no secondary engines to actually give you thrust. I think that's causing a big issue because you don't have enough angle through the air to generate the lift. It's all more of a downward angle. You've got 1,200 meters and a downward angle towards the ground, but you don't want to be more at the ground. You want to be more at the horizontal angle of the ground. And that's where I think you're losing your lift. It's one.
This also some of it right here. My ship is almost 2 kilotons alone in dry weight.
That don't matter.
That's a lot of weight
If-
on a basic ship. On a medium core ship, 2 kilotons is about the max you're going to build that ship out at.
Okay.
Weight-wise. That's just the ship. That's not cargo. That's empty weight.
I understand, but again, you got to get it so that you're actually coming at an angle that's more horizontal to the ground rather than coming into the ground.
Right. Maybe my angles are a bit steep. That could be very well what it is too.
I think a lot of it is because your ship is only got the larger engines. They're not warming up fast enough, and you have to come at a higher angle than what you do at a lower angle. That way you've got the forward momentum that's horizontal to the ground, not perpendicular with the ground. Or coming straight in at the ground. Because you can be coming straight in at the ground at 1,200 meters a second, and you're not going to burn up in the atmosphere. You can also be flying 1,200 meters horizontally with the ground, and you're never going to hit the ground. You're going to continue to have lift.
Right.
That's your issue. Is you got to come in such an angle on this ship that you have to be horizontal with the ground. If you're not horizontal with the ground, your wings are not going to give you enough lift until your engines kick on. Once your engines kick on, then you basically are pushing the ship horizontally with the ground. So then that's when you start getting your lift with your wings. But because you're coming down at 1,200, you're not getting the lift of your wings that you need to get. So you can either solve that by two different things. Either A, your angle of attack is much different, or much steeper angle of it.
That though is you talk about wings as lift. Now you look at most of the ships out here; they don't have wings on the outside.
No, they don't. But they have wings on the inside. Where currently, right now, the mechanics. Currently, the mechanic. I know you do.
Yeah, I've got them back here. I got 5.
I know you have wings. The thing is it doesn't. The voxels really are not affecting the wings right now the way they should be. So you can have you can have 1,000 wings on that ship, and they can be all buried by voxels.
Right.
But the thing is you still have to be moving horizontally with the ground to get those wings to provide lift.
Right.
Okay. If you're not moving fast enough horizontally with the ground, then you're not going to get enough lift. Just because it says you're going 1,300 meters a second, 1,300 meters an hour does not necessarily mean you're traveling at the right angle for your wings to get the lift. You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, so what you're going to have to do is either get some thrusters on there so you can start getting that horizontal motion of the ship so you can get the lift that you need, or you're just going to have to use it on nothing but AGG.
Well, that's the thing. The ship is meant to use with AGG. It's an AGG ship.
Okay.
But everyone said, and you included, no offense.
At that time, you're right, I did. At that time, because there was a lot of issues that was going on with the AGG.
With the AGGs back in the day, yeah.
That's right. And that's the reason why I said, you shouldn't be trying this right now simply because it's too dangerous. It's the same thing that I tell you with these 3 and 4 and 5 core ships that you're looking to try to get. The game is not ready for that. And for you to even get into trying to get that's just going to cause more issues for you in the end.
Well, here's another glitch for you. As soon as I start using my scrap, my container is right there.
Yeah, I've already expressed the container glitch. They're working on it.
This is kind of getting annoying. So I grab my scrap, put it in my bag, I guess. That's okay.
So.
Yeah, that works all the same.
So does your AGG work fine?
Yeah, it works perfectly fine, even with the changes they've made on it.
Back briefly. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go eat and then gonna come back again. But sorry, I was gone for a little while there.
You're fine. He knows you were gone. You didn't say anything.
I did. I said in general. I said on phone call AFK.
Oh, we've been talking on voice. We haven't flipped back over.
Well, I was invoiced for a minute, and I said I'd be back.
I noticed it. I'm glad to hear you're back. We'll talk to you when you get back.
I'm still back, but I mean, I'm here for a second. But I heard you guys. I knew you guys were doing something because I mean, it sounded like the conversation got heated there for a while because I was
No,
in
never
the kitchen and I could literally hear Dan saying something. I was like, "What the heck?"
Dan's voice carries, but he was not getting loud. Dan never gets overrun.
It's very
Dan,
Draco can be the first. I have to have incredible amounts of patience when I'm dealing with Diesel Dog.
I'm special like that.
There are certain stiff drinks that I have to drink on a regular basis due strictly to him.
I was about to say it's either patience or a lot of booze. I don't know which one.
Oh yeah, it explains all those carbonated adult beverages.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but most of the time he drinks them, I'm not even around.
It's like sometimes I really feel like I'm better off just talking to the wall of this ship right here saying, hello, you need to do this. And then the wall is just like, no, I ain't doing that. I'm just going to stand here. Yeah.
Really?
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but technically that's what you've been doing for like the last 15 minutes to a half hour.
Talking to the wall?
For your stream, anyway. That's,
yeah. Sometimes it is very but that's okay. We're all learning.
But I bring lots of joy in your life.
No, you don't bring hardly any joy in my life.
No, I do.
No, it's all stress. It's all stress and strife.
No, I've been a great inspiration since you've met me. Let's be honest.
And inspiration? No.
Yeah.
No inspiration. None.
Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh. That really is. Just saying, that's pretty harsh.
Did we get a lot of people watching because of the train wreck? Nope. No.
Was it that bad?
Oh, man.
A lot of because the last time I was, you have to catch me up on it. Because the last time I was here, he was telling Diesel Dog, excuse me, was telling you that he comes in on a red line and he comes down on a certain thing, and you were saying no, that's not how you're supposed to do it, and that's where I left off.
Well, a lot of it comes down to with the angle of attack, especially when you get into the larger ships. And what I was thinking is that he was coming in way too shallow. But there's a couple of additional problems there too. And one of them is his large engines, which says 8 seconds, which I don't think that's correct. I think it's more like 40 seconds is what it.
I think it's probably 30 seconds. 30 or 32 seconds.
Yeah, I mean,
large engines should be something like, I don't know, scale Diablo, but I think 20 or 24, because extra large engines are 32.
Okay. But his engines aren't kicking on soon enough to give him horizontal momentum. He's got plenty of momentum, but it's more directed down towards the ground.
That would explain a lot of it then. I mean, it's likely. Aren't your skills at 4 though, Diesel?
Yeah, that's the thing that really kind of kills me is I've got decent skills in piloting.
Well, but he also because he runs a larger ship, he also does not have the atmospheric reduction done. Well,
that's the only one that's not finished out yet. But to do that one, you have to have one of these other ones to 5 for that to work. And so I haven't got to 5.
Well, I mean, 5 takes a while. I mean, 4 should be adequate though. As long as you get 4 across the board, you know, I was told by several people that as long as you get 4 across the board. That's
going to start next in 2 hours.
Well, because I have, you know, for me, I have Space Engine Warm Up 5 in the queue.
Yeah. Now, if I go to that, hang on. Flight technician, I think it is. No.
Yeah.
Flight support.
I've got right now. I'm working on repair tool optimization 4, and I've got atmospheric engine handling 4, retro engine thrust control 4, and then space. That these first three will take about 6 days. And then
my skills are way more than that, and I'm still having. I don't know why I'm having problems. I really don't.
I'm going to be doing space engine warm-up optimization 5. That takes 14 days, 11 hours. And then atmospheric engine warm-up optimization. That's 5 days, 19 hours. So you really want to try and maybe get that atmospheric engine warm-up, maybe even the space one. If you're having trouble with atmospheric, then it's definitely the atmospheric engine warm-up you
Well,
want to get.
Kenzie,
Yes.
take a second and actually look here. That skill is at 4.
Oh, hold on. Let me go to your.
Yeah, there should be no issue why them engines are not warming up faster, unless there's a glitch somewhere. I'm at level 4. All I gotta do is take it to 5, and that's maxed. Now, the one thing I don't have done yet, which is gonna be starting up in about 2 hours here,
That's
is atmospheric engine altitude efficiency.
that's another. Yeah, that's another reason.
I would have to say that would be a pretty big one for.
I would think so too.
Go to-
I just don't know why it's not trained, because I've had it trained once before, unless it got changed when they did the skill reset.
That's what happened. You probably didn't put the points back in because you didn't
Right.
have the per point.
There probably is that, yeah.
Do me a favor and go down to atmospheric flight technician.
You're looking for.
Well, let's see. Atmospheric engine handling and atmospheric element handling, basically. Okay, you're yeah, you got that at 4. You're gonna want to get that atmospheric engine handling.
Yeah.
Up to at least 4, and
Yeah, well, you gotta remember, I've had the ship put down by somebody that's already had it maxed out once, so my skills ain't even taking effect. Their skills are.
well, I understand that. Yeah.
So my skill right now, I could have it at 0 and it wouldn't make a difference because their skills are what put the ship down.
Well, no, that's not true. As far as putting things down, yes, that's correct. But
Right,
as
and
far
this
as
is
yes, I
to
understand
read
that.
the
But
skill plus 10% max thrust when put down.
Yes, I understand that. But there's some other benefits as well. It ties into other benefits. So there's some extra added benefits, even though it's just put down. It's not that part I'm telling you about. I mean, there are other talents that come unlocked when you get to that point, and it may help you further with your piloting.
Well, most all my skills are pretty much, 3 or 4 all the way across the board. 65s or 64s are at, I got one skill at like 3 here and there, but for the majority of it, all my skills are pretty much maxed, almost 5, unless I want to take everything 5, which will eventually happen.
All right, now let me see here. Yeah. Yeah, you have some stuff. You have some stuff better than me. You have some stuff about a little lower than me. But yeah, we're the same on atmospheric engine pilot. That's for sure. Well, you just have to. Again, it also.
Huh? That's weird. Unless I have to have this skill.
Again, it also.
Oh, you have to have this to 5 to get that. That's what it is.
The thing that a lot of people don't say, and that's why there's a lot more testing that goes into building a ship. Unfortunately, sometimes people say that they build a ship and they just go right into saying, "Oh, it's a great ship, it's fantastic." They didn't test it enough. They don't know what will happen with certain parameters change. Now, when 0.23 dropped, a lot of stuff did change. And unfortunately,
my only problem with that when they change stuff, they don't put everything in the patch notes that they're changing, so you don't know what they're always changing. That really annoys me, though. Even in betas, it still annoys you because if you're trying to follow the game and have a game that's like this, you'd like to know what the changes are so you can compensate for them, or work with them, or learn them, one way or the other. But that's me personal preference. I like to know what the hell's being changed. So. That's my only pet peeve. I will be back in a minute.
Yippee skippy. Probably don't even have the necessary skills to use a component. Move all that into... Yeah.
The other thing is, I don't know. He's not here. I know that, but I know that there's been some issues with that his builder, in the sense that his builder basically built something and didn't fully test it. Basically, especially when it comes to like the scripts, and this happens with a lot of builders. They know the script. They find this. Everyone wants the script, but they know nothing about it. So they just install it and they leave everything to the person who buys the ship and says, "Figure it out yourself." That's what happened in Steve's case, or in Diesel Dog's case. I know that because I remember, because it was El Diablo who literally came in and showed Steve, basically, or showed Diesel Dog, excuse me, how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it could be that way.
But anyway, it's still, there's a lot that Steve, Diesel Dogs, you have to pardon me, I keep doing that, should or needs to learn as well. And the one thing I think that I don't want to quote El Diablo, because I don't want to say, I don't remember what he told me exactly, as far as pilots in general. But I know, at least in my sense, if you want to be able to use that script and use it successfully, one, you've got to learn your ship, the inside, the outside of it all. And one part of that is flying it without the script. Learning to fly your ship 100% without a script and doing it that way. Once you get that successfully down, get into your script, get things down and learn it. For me, I'm learned my ships inside and out now, and I know how to fly it without a script, and I literally prefer without being a script. But for the most part, everyone else prefers the script. Now, the thing I have to do is I have to learn how to use the script, because I'm extremely, I have no knowledge in that department. Obviously, I have to learn it. So I'll be counting on everyone else to help me teach me that. And learning from other people and from things I read. But you have to be willing to do that in order to get better, be more successful.
Well, he's not willing to take criticism, and that's his biggest flaw.
Right.
Now, that's true. I mean, that's always been kind of an issue for Diesel. Not, it's not always a bad thing, but the thing is, I honestly don't think that his ship is as great as it would, should be, because all of the things basically, Red, that what he's told you and I for what, 6 months, 5 months, 6 months when he was playing, and all the issues he's had since he got it. you and I haven't. Well, I mean, especially I, since I have the medium core ships, I haven't experienced any of it. I mean, I experienced it on some issues initially when I picked up my ship from Dank, but we turned the script off and I flew it, and I've been flying it without the script since, and I haven't had a problem. Like I said last night, I fell off the runway. That was literally the first thing I've done, bad in it. But, I get the feeling it's not all Diesel Dog himself. Well, a good portion of it may very well be. I have a feeling it's his ship. I don't have the faith in his ship. Part of the reason I don't have the faith in his ship is, he's got 36 containers in that ship. He's got a huge amount of weight. Even before he loads anything else into that ship, he's got 36 containers. And that on a medium core, that's pretty, I think, overkill. I wouldn't be putting that many on unless you were on a large core, that type of thing, because of just the amount of weight. I kind of believe what Dank believes, that 10 containers I would think would be about enough. 10 to 12, maybe 15 at most. That's enough. You do any more than that, you're risking. There's a lot you're putting to risk, and I think that's the problem that Diesel Dog's run into. He doesn't realize that there's been changes since 0.23. Well, now he does, since he's been told several times. The thing is, for example, when I used when I got the pit bull before the 0.23 dropped, I was able to carry 4.5 to 6 kilotons with my skills. And I had no problem. I was doing fine with that. Now, as soon as the patch hit and I tried doing that, I couldn't get out of space. I literally almost wrecked. I didn't wreck, but I almost wrecked because I was too heavy. So I literally had to unload, and when I came to Symeon, instead of bringing 4 kilotons with me, I had to come in with 2.52. That's all I could carry. So not only did you lose the amount of weight you could carry, now with your skills possibly kicking in, that might have improved a little bit more, especially as your skills improve. But there are other changes involved as well that fly with ship inertia and the way things handle. And if that's not down perfectly, you're going to crash all the time, no matter what your skills are.
All right, two birds killed with one stone, and the baby got to go outside. So she said.
Oh, you killed 2 birds? Shame on you. You animal abuser.
Yes. Well, one is happy.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. While I hit my end key, it didn't laugh. Crazy.
Anyway, I think the one thing, and I'm just be me when I say this, Diesel, is that I think you getting a new ship, especially with everything that's gone on, will be a good thing. And I think, because I think that once you get into a new ship, say like you do get into the Pioneer from Captains, you get into a ship that's well built, that's been well tested, and everything.
Well, see, but you're not giving my builder any credit. He built a ship, and many of these things have been created and sold. They're,
I've only seen 2.
There's been more than 2 sold because there's a lot of people on the page that has made the order.
I realize that, but a lot of people made changes to their ships as well.
I saw looks, but not flight wise.
Right, but again, he did not. He might be making the ship, but he didn't do anything with the code. He doesn't apparently know about the
Correct.
The lure, all that stuff.
He knows about the coding because he's the one that put the coding in it. He grabbed the script and put it in there and talked to them about it. He was the one that told me how to put the coding in.
Okay.
I was the one when I first got the ship. I screwed up with it.
Well,
I know how to use coding.
You got the you've had the ship for months, correct?
I've had it for, God, 6, 7 months. Yeah.
Okay, and we've gone through several patches now, and now you're. What I understand is you're blaming the game. You need a new ship
But not
because
necessarily. I mean, if a new ship, if I have to have a new ship every time the game patches, then what's the point of them patching the game if a new ship has to be bought every time they patch? It ain't worth it.
because things change. That's
Well,
the
but
problem.
so do
That's
ships.
the
Ships change, and you can update ships.
right. But as I said, inertia is one of the things that changed, as well as the ability of what you're able to carry. Some of the other things that were helping or weren't actually working before 0.23 are working now, or especially more working now that 0.24 is out, because apparently skills are helping much more than they were before, because they weren't helping at all. The problem is, as I explained in my example while you were off for a minute, I was able to carry 4.5 to 6 tons, kilotons in my pit bull initially when I first got it, just before 0.23 dropped. As soon as 0.23 dropped, I was only able to carry 2.52 kilotons of cargo maximum in that ship, which is supposed to be able to, even without skills, is supposed to be carry, according to Stalzer Max, is supposed to carry 6 to 7. Wasn't happening. So
Well, but you
things
also have,
changed.
no offense, you have a lot of inadequate skilling too. Like you've been focusing on everything else except for piloting. For the most part.
My skills match yours in some
No,
departments.
they
You
don't.
beat me.
In some, not all. And some doesn't make it where your ship's gonna
I
fly
mean,
right.
some.
You either have all the
See,
skills.
this is okay, guys. So here, I'm going to have to step in
No,
here
no,
because
no. Wait a minute. No, this. There's nothing wrong with it. You just wait a minute. There's nothing. We're not fighting here. We're not.
No, we're not
no,
fighting.
I know we're not fighting, and that's not what I'm saying. But the thing is Diesel Dog, everybody's right. If something keeps going on with your ship, you've got to either A, figure out and change what you're doing to the ship, or something has to change. But you're not willing to listen to the suggestions that everybody is giving. So I think the conversation really just needs we just need to move on to something else because
I
Yeah.
can't change the ship.
Yeah, I want to move on.
because
If you guys want to talk about
DMS.
ships, you can go to a different channel. I'm honestly getting a headache listening to the same thing over and over.
because there's nothing that we can say to change, to change.
Well, but you also figure I can't change characteristics of the ship. I'm not in.
Okay,
I didn't
well,
put
I don't.
characteristics in
That's why
there. Or
I.
DMS.
That's why I
Can't change it.
suggested that you consider
And
once you
I'm
get a
working on
new
getting
ship.
another ship, but
I know.
money don't grow on trees either. If it did, I'd be rich.
Okay, all right. Well, it is what it is. Hopefully, you can figure it out, and let's move on. Let's change the topic because I don't want to talk about this anymore.
It must have really gone that bad while I was gone.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't bad. It's just we've been doing
You
it for
guys
like
wanting to change
last
the
2
subject?
hours.
It's like
Yeah, it's just we've been at it for a little while trying to help, and it's not helping, and we just need to move on. So
Well, it helped. We figured out why I was coming into steep or low. That was that it led from that being
yeah, there's a breakthrough.
fixed
I
to
didn't know.
let's just call out every other thing in the book at the same time. and
okay,
there you
like I
go.
mentioned, we're moving on with something else.
Is it too early to get some vodka?
Not yet. I wish. I need some. Not vodka. We need some rum.
Couldn't have been that bad.
What are you doing to your base?
I'm trying to make a platform so I can climb up and do what I need to do up here, up on top. I don't know if this is what I'm going to do or if I'm going to keep it this way or what I'm doing. I'm looking at some options. I can always take it down if I don't like it. I just don't know if I like it.
Do they sell warehouses pretty much, or not warehouses, but factories pretty much pre-built? They just have to
Yeah.
come out.
Yep.
I'm honestly thinking about doing that. Where they just turn it on, all you gotta do is feed it.
And there's quite a few, there's quite a few out there from a few builders that you can get. DU creators, again, you can see a bunch of them under static, the static core tab. You know, for me, I have, of course, I already have that industry building. That's by Loaded. I want to buy the Loaded's red building, and I also want to buy his platform at some point. So he's got some really good stuff, but it's not for everybody. That's why there's a few builders out there. You might find something you like better.
If you want to link me his static stuff, I'd take a look at it if you have time.
Yeah, I mean, if you had VR, you go to just search Loaded, and you go to his place. But I'll get you the link.
Just search Loaded.
Yep.
Yeah, in the VR, Loaded, LOADED, LOADED.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I can do that. Yeah.
You'll see Loaded Red. You'll see Loaded, a couple different Loaded. You can just go to Loaded Showroom, and you'll load into the showroom area, and there are four or five different buildings that are all have you can buy the plans for. There are dispensers that tell you about them, and then there's of course the landing platform as well. It's kind of neat. And his designs I find really to be.
So he won't come out and like actually put it down.
No.
He'll be he probably, I think, Loaded's usually really helpful with the community. He's willing to answer questions and stuff like that, but he won't come out. You go there, you find what you're looking for, you pick up a blueprint, and then you come back to your place and you either buy or make the required parts for it, and then you use your blueprint laydown tool and you lay it down, and it basically comes it'll build itself up and it's ready to go.
So he doesn't need to like turn it on. I can turn it on then.
Yep.
I don't have the skills.
And you can do it, or if you need someone else to do it, if someone has permission on your tile, that can come if you need to. It's not like a ship. A ship has a lot that comes with it that you have to. A person laying it down has to has certain skills or has better skills that affects the flight. I haven't seen that as far as regular buildings so far. So you should just be able to lay it down, and
you have to have the skill to be able to operate the machinery, though.
True. That's true. Yes.
That's what I was curious about. Because if I can't turn the damn thing on, then
yeah, there's basically a skill for every machine that's there that you have to have, so you can, like, for example, like this. I'll show you. Okay, so this machine up here is what you call a honeycomber, and this is what it will do to you if you don't have the skill for it. You don't have the necessary talents to use this element. And you'll have the same thing with your refineries. And you got to realize there's different levels of refineries. You got your advanced and you got your rare refineries. Same thing with your well, what is it? What do you normally use a refinery with? A smelter, I think it's called. I don't have.
Use refinery, and use the smelter. You use the honeycomber. You have the metalworks.
Yeah.
The 3D printer, the electronics machine.
Yeah.
So yeah, and now there are of course the chemical unit eventually, and there's also the glass unit. There are a lot of things that all tie into these machines, and in order to use certain ones, it used to be you could just have one machine to do everything. Now with 0.23, there are different levels of machine, different levels of skills, and you have to have those skills trained to a certain level to be able to use those more advanced machines.
Correct.
So if there's something you wanted, for example, for me, I'm making cobalt honeycomb. I literally had to have my refiner skills to level 4. So one, I could have processed the cobalite down into cobalt. I needed to have the honeycomber to advance, to advance level 4, to be able to turn that cobalt into the type of honeycomb I want. It's the same for now with making luminescent glass. You have to have certain skills to be able to make certain parts that go into the luminescent glass, and then you have to have a certain machine that's able to do that. Because I don't remember if Tech 1 can still do it, or if you need Tech 2 or whatever. But anyway, it's the same for everything. You'll find now that instead of just having one set of parts, you'll find that there are, like, say, for example, radars. There are radars. There are advanced radars. There are, uncommon radars, advanced radars, exotic radars, all kinds of different things. And they all do different things. They all have some type of improved quality. But in order to use them or even make them, you have to have those skills. And it takes a while.
Okay, that's kind of rough. I didn't realize that.
Well, it's not that bad. I mean, for initially what you'll be doing, like for example, if you wanted to, best way I could do this is Red came up to use the honeycomber at the Symeon base, and he tried to use it, and he wasn't able to do anything because he didn't train any of the skills, even the basic skills for it. So he was not able to do it. So I had to do it for him. If you want to be able to use it, you start training your skills up, and it doesn't take long to get level 1 or level 2, or even level 3 for that matter. You can get those up, and then you to make the stuff, or if you need to, I can help you make it, like the honeycomb and stuff like that, or Red do things if need be, or whichever.
Yeah, or, like, for example, if you, like, I've got perfect level 5 refining skills on all the tier 1 ore right now. I'm perfect on all of them. So in order to get the maximum amount of quantity and yield and everything else, we can set something up. It's the reason why I mentioned before, you have certain people eventually will be doing stuff that is very specialized. And that's where you're going to find your niche. Like, there's going to be some people who will be 100% specialized into just refining of ore. That's all they'll do. They'll literally set up shops to where people can drop their ore off. They'll go through a process and get refined. Or what I can do is, because I know how much, I can just do simple math on it. So, for example, like here, coal, it takes me 497.25, and this is what it produces. So I can actually you can give me the coal and say, hey, I want produced, give me some pure carbon, or whatnot. And then I can just do the math on it, however much coal that you're going to give me. And then I can just rotate it, do the math on it. And then I can just give the pure carbon amount that you give me, that you would get while it's processing. Or you see that, like this thing over here, like, so I can make this, I can set yourself up a standard set of refineries just for this. So you can only put stuff in, and then I can set up the refiners to do only your stuff. But I would have started it, so you would have got my skills to be able to do it. See what I'm saying?
Right, and that's kind of what I was hoping for. If someone would, start them, they got their skills, or put them down, or whatever.
Yeah. So, which I can do that. I just didn't know if anybody was interested to do that. I don't know what you guys want to do just yet. But the main purpose of this one was just basically to be able to have somewhere where somebody could drop their ore off, and then I could calculate how much that I owe them for doing that, and then I could pay them at a later time. Because nobody else has access to this, but you. The only one that has access, well, me and you. So if you didn't take it out of there, then it would have been me.
Gotcha.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
See, I don't know what series. I don't know what her skill level is. So for
for what?
Well, just let's say for bauxite. My skill level is it takes 497.25 to come in of bauxite, and it produces 465.75 of aluminum and 155.25 of hydrogen. So you get more bang for your buck if you get what I'm if you know what I mean. That would actually be a pretty good spreadsheet to have, so I could know. So if somebody wants to drop off ore, I know exactly what that is. So if I do refining, yeah, all my all my tier 1 ores are basically perfect level 5s.
You're good for that. I have to get there eventually. Like I said, I focused in proficiency versus I got the basics, a couple of the basics down for that, but I focused on getting the proficiency done first, and then I had to get heavily into piloting since I had almost no piloting skill. So
Yeah. You've also got
I will be back.
See you later, man.
Sorry. I'll be back. I'm just going to eat real quick, and I'm going to watch this thing on YouTube because they're live streaming the volcano in Iceland just started erupting. So I'm going to go watch that for a bit. Anyway, have fun.
Later.
Yep, see you later.
See, I don't know exactly. So is that what you? I mean, do you want something set up like that?
Yeah. I mean, I would like to have something set up to where it's making a product, not necessarily just refining, but like actually making something. So, like, I can put something out on the market. I mean, I guess I could put refined things out there as well. It's just I keep thinking about wanting to stock that damn market to try and get some people out here. I guess.
Yeah.
That just keeps going through my mind.
Well, okay, so what we'll have to do is we'll have to make a list of what we want to seed the market with. Let me see here. So when everybody is starting out, they need cores, small, medium, and large. They need spaceship cores, small, medium, and large. All of the industries. Refiners, dispensers, honeycombers,
Containers, lots and lots.
lots and lots of containers. But you've also got to look at it too, is if you do it, by the time you get done warping and bringing everything back, you got to figure in, you're not going to get Alioth pricings for it because there's just no way unless you manufacture it here, which you can, and I could help you. Like what we could do is, because I've got all my tier 1 stuff pretty much maxed out on refining, I could provide you the pures, and then we can set up, you know, so that you can actually produce containers or something like that.
Yeah, I would like to do that.
Okay. To produce a container, you're going to have an electronics. No. No electronics. No, you need basic components, so that is an electronics factory, I think. What you can do is you can hit your K button. That'll take you into your nano pack. And let's say you go to container. Let's just say you want to do the XL. Where is it at? Oh, it's expanded. Need to turn off the nano pack here. All right, so here is everything that the expanded XL container is going to be required to make. And you got to keep in mind that your basic assembly line here, it's got to be an XL assembly line, or the uncommon assembly line, the advanced assembly line, or the rare assembly line. So you got to make sure you have your skills in this to produce this. And then your hydraulics. Here's your steel product that's going to come out of your smelter. The basic pipe is going to come out of your metalworks. And that produces this. And then these are also produced in the metalworks machines. So you have to have your skills to do that. Let's go back here. Basic reinforced frame is just steel product. Basically made out of iron. You have to have iron and coal to do steel. And then this, yeah, this is your electronics industry. And you have to have alpha alloy to do that, which takes aluminum and iron, which is all readily available here on this planet. So it makes your...
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, so most of the stuff to make the containers are here on this planet. So I'm slowly working up to getting some sort of a factory going. But as of right now, it takes time. There's a lot of investment that goes into it, especially with your skills. So okay. See, right now I'm looking to try to do some more honeycomb because I need building material. So I've got the 2 honeycombers here. I just got to get the skills for the honeycombers. Need to finish this up. Hmm. Hmm. If I leave that... Yeah, that ain't gonna work. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back.
All right.
Let's see. Honeycomb proficiency. Sweet. Don't think I still can use it though. Nope. Hmm. Think what I'm going to do. I'll move this. Did I chase everybody off, or are you still here?
No, I'm still here. I'm headed back to base.
Hmm. Oh, there you are. I see you. Are you heading back into base, or are you? Yeah, you are.
See if I do a belly flop again.
Think you're gonna do a belly flop this time?
I hope not. I think it was just a fluke.
How much can you carry with that ship? Do you know?
I think it's rated for 2 tons or 2 kilotons.
Okay. It's about what mine can do. And that thing comes down pretty fast. It looks like...
Yes, it scared me the first time it did it, but I've gotten used to it.
I'm just going to train some more proficiency so I can get my honeycomber set. So I can use them here in a little while. Seem like I'm lost here. I'd like to see if I can set up... want these.
Yep, I hit one.
Did you really?
Yep. I'm stuck. I'm hung up on it. I was reversing, so it's on one of my engines. I'm okay. It's just if you want to clear it out.
Yeah, let me see what we can find here. It's on the rear.
That is correct. I'm not sure exactly where, but I just got hung up on it. Let me know if you need me to pull forward.
Not yet. Let's make sure I got a good. Oh, there it is. Okay, now try. Should be good now.
She's still not letting me reverse. I'll try and go forward and attempt it again.
Should be good, right?
Yeah, she's good now.
Okay.
God, I'm at least I'm finding them. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if we have other people in here and they hit them hard, then they could blow their ship up. So at least we're finding them. That's good.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so
Well, I'm probably gonna go ahead and take a break. So I'll
all right.
talk to you later.
Later, man.